So here are all of my encouragements for you all to make terrible decisions, as I am the GM.
Ash has a crossbow bolt in her side, 0 dots in skirmish, and 0 dots in wreck. And I'm so excited to see this get even worse. So that's 1 vote for escalation.
Skelly has 3 guns and all the ammo.
Crossroads has no guns, but Crossroads is a gun powered by ghosts.
Have we established that your guns are special to you? I feel like we're establishing that your guns are special to you.
Before this crew, they were my only friends.
You've known us for 5 days. You've known those guns a lot longer.
These are my babies.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Rowan was starting to do this, and then he realizes to harvest, this doesn't help. Like, don't do that.
This is not.
No.
This is
Like,
not.
don't do
this.
this.
Like,
Yeah.
doing this to an executioner.
Yeah, that's not what you
Just
want.
like this, like we call that the go sign, you know? Like, yeah.
Oh man.
This theme's great. Alright, we'll do a fortune roll. Notes. No thoughts. Head empty. 1! I rolled a 1!
Yep. Hello everybody, and welcome to yet again a special special event on this channel. Another episode of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, and in fact, a very special episode because this is hopefully the time when we bring peace to the dream once and for all. But also, if you have noticed, this has been pre-recorded. Which is a hell of a trip for me because I like talking to you all lovely people in chat. But unfortunately, what you are seeing right now is coming to you from the past. But hopefully things go well in the future. We will see. But I am very excited to be here with all of my strange friends. Say hello, strange friends.
Hello, strange friends.
Hi, strange friends.
Hello. Hi.
And we are all very excited to re-enter the dream with you all. A reminder to all of you lovely people in chat that there are so many lovely ways that you can support Speculate and the content that takes place on this channel, including checking out the brand new speculateyourself.com. Our good, wonderful co-host, Michael R. Underwood, has been very diligently repairing our website after the conspiracy did some very serious damage to it. So if you haven't been, if you've been having issues listening to past episodes on your favorite podcatcher, that was why the conspiracy didn't want you to hear our escapades. But that has since been resolved. You should be able to listen to quite a few of the episodes that are presently up right now. And if you want to continue helping us in the process to repair the website and make more cool content for you, patreon.com/speculate is the place where you can financially support us doing so, as well as supporting this channel personally by subscribing, checking out the YouTube channel, and buying merch at the Arvanelron website. So yes, with that being said, I would like to let all of these lovely people please introduce yourselves to all of these lovely people in chat, starting with Mike.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike, writing as Michael R. Underwood. I'm an author, podcaster, pro GM, game designer. I keep collecting hats. I like hats, but sometimes it's too many. My latest books are also my first books. The Re-Reyes series is back out in ebook and now in paperback, and you can find those at any bookstore. And I am working on various game things as well as the Speculate website. He, him pronouns for me. Today I am playing Vic Sains, the Guardian, who uses they, them pronouns. That's me.
Nice. Next, Valerie.
Hello, I am Valerie Valdes. She, her pronouns for me. I am the author of the Chilling Effect trilogy, which you can also buy in stores and online. I am also author of the forthcoming Where Peace is Lost, a really cool planetary romance, space, fantasy, fun times book. I stream as the kids are asleep if you ever want to watch me play video games. And I will be playing Nina Lopez, the unlikely hero, she, her pronouns for her.
Yes. Next, Jeoi.
Hello from the past, strange viewers. I am Jeoi Lin, game and fiction writer, he, they pronouns for me. Tonight I'm going to be playing, as always, Vermilion Jingwei Ruth, the outsider. He, they pronouns for Ruth as well, though most of the times he is simply a he, and his better quote unquote half uses she, they pronouns.
Nice. And last but not least, Iori.
Happy time zone, friends! Kusano Iori, they, them pronouns for me. I am the author of the forthcoming Hybrid Heart, which, if all goes well and no supply chain issues ensue, should be on sale at the end of March from Neon Hemlock. I am also required to tell you by FTC regulations and corporate policy that I am a wizard of the coast. I don't work on anything you've heard of. Don't at me about it. As always, I am playing Cat Holly, the time traveler. She, her pronouns for cat.
Nice. And as for me, I am your humble stage manager this evening, Brandon O'Brien, pronouns they, them, or he, him. I wrote a poetry collection called Can You Sign My Tentacle? It's actually pretty dope. I am just very excited to continue doing the thing, so let's just get into the recap of all of the wonderful escapades that our Dream Knights have gotten into thus far. After several weeks of getting in direct conflict with the conspiracy, learning that the worst half of a friend of theirs who was already very weird and bad and awkward and hostile is still around and still doing weird things, and learning that the wealthiest person in Cloud Harbor is potentially attempting to wield the dream for all kinds of strange purposes. Our Dream Knights escape a Dreamshine Technologies party with the dream version of Rüstem Demir's young sister in tow. And in the process of doing so, learn a lot of strange things about the dream, some potentially weird things about why Rüstem cares about the dream, and that someone is still pulling the strings here, and Rüstem is terribly afraid of that person and wants to resolve this problem once and for all, presumably for Aisha's sake. So, Rüstem has personally recruited the Dream Knights to meet him at an abandoned warehouse elsewhere in Cloud Harbor with the deliberate intention of going back into the dream so that his little sister can stop glitching and no longer being corporeal, and has recruited a good number of other persons of interest, including Siobhan, who we're still not sure is an ally or not, Love, who was just along for the ride, apparently, and unbeknownst to everyone until just very, very recently, their good friend, Euphony, who is also present. And with that, as we catch back up immediately from the sight of Nina and Ruth turning around to notice that Euphony is present. Nina, I would like to ask you to flash back with me for a moment. When you first joined this group of very eccentric people, before you really reckoned with what the dream looked like, at one point when Euphony brought you into a dream with at least one other member of this team in tow, that was the very first time that you saw Euphony actively bring someone's avatar out of them. Who was that?
So it was Vic.
Was anyone else there at the time in the dream, or was it just you, Vic, and Euphony?
No, I think that I think everyone else was there, and if not, then definitely Kat, because I don't think Nina's ever been like alone in the dream with other people as a rule. Whenever she went in our, past season one that happened before we started, um, she didn't go often. Initially, she didn't know what was happening. She just thought she was dreaming, and it took time for her to realize that these were waking dreams and that she could potentially interact with, manipulate them. um and so when she finally saw someone transcend, I think everybody else was there.
Okay. Um, very briefly, because Vic, you are also obviously present here. What are the circumstances upon which you think you had that first conversation with Euphony about what transcendence looks like? Is this something that you're willing to do? Do you still have any trepidations about it at all?
I think Euphony first brought it up at the bar that we, the players and audience, saw a couple of episodes ago. That is a place that Euphony is well known. And Euphony was kind of giving probably part 3 or 4 of the pitch of here's what's going on, and talked about transcendence as a form of like becoming your full self, of individuation, of realizing your potential, and downplayed the degree to which the avatar is their own person, even if that person is a part of you, and just talked about the really the positive aspects of transcendence, and said that there may be a time in a mission where they are not able to overcome an obstacle on their own, and that they're going to have to help, quotey fingers, help Vic transcend.
Mm-hmm. So, in this dream, in this moment, as things are getting massively dire, you are more or less trapped in this situation, surrounded by enemies at all sides, kind of walling yourself off in a section of the dream, looking for your next move, and Euphony essentially explains to you, well, this is the moment of truth. Either it happens now or it doesn't happen at all. And at that moment, you hear a voice from inside you. What is the very first thing that your avatar has ever said to you?
The time for words is over.
Yep, that sounds like Deed to me. Nina, what you see next, even though you have like no immediate context for what is about to happen, the thing that you see next immediately leads to Vic's very first transcendence. And you get the very clear sense that while this is a thing that Vic is prepared for, it is being triggered by Euphony. Euphony is making this happen. What is the thing that you see?
So what Nina sees is Euphony reaches out towards Vic, like hand up, kind of reaching, and then sings a scale that starts with a low note and then goes up to like a glass shattering high note. And then when it hits that like high, Euphony holds it just long enough to be uncomfortable, and Vic kind of freezes. And their skin and clothes start to sort of shake like a glass that, you're just hitting the right note, just starts to shake and then crack, and then pieces start to just fall off, like pieces of ceramic or like thick paint chipping off of a thing. um and once that's finished, then what's left is deed.
What is the look on Euphony's face when this happens for the very first time?
Euphony looks pleased, like satisfied. It is the kind of look like Nina has seen it. She's gone to baseball games with her dad. Starting little, like she didn't play in Little League, but they'd go to like cousins, Little League games, that sort of thing. So it's the face of someone whose child has just performed an excellent trick, basically. And they are pleased.
Nice. And then we slowly fade from that scene to you looking at Euphony now with a shit-eating grin as they eat your cookies that you brought with you specifically to have something to snack on for this mission. And, like, they look at you and go, what are you looking at?
Cookies?
Yeah, they're actually very good. Thank you.
Ruth snatches the cookies back and shoves them into Nina's hand and says, "Get your own, you piece of shit."
Euphony does that thing where, when people like fake frown, but they're also obviously not trying to hide that they're still very pleased with themselves? That's how Euphony looks right now. And
How
then
did you eat so many of them so fast?
from the other, like from just a few feet away further in this warehouse, Rüstem clears his throat and goes, "Is everyone ready, or do we need a moment for you all to work something out?"
Ruth is ready to work something out right now, but it wouldn't be good for the show.
Good.
Kat would sure like to just work things out by braining someone with her purse, but
Nina eats a cookie.
This calms Ruth down a little bit.
Grand, cool. So, perhaps, and Rüstem walks up to like a central part of the space between everyone else who is present. Gently, like pats the top of Aisha's head as he walks toward the group of you, and everyone kind of converges at a central point. And he goes, "So I don't know a great deal about how the dream works, but I know some parts. We're here because this is one of the few properties that I owned before I started buying up land for Dreamshine business space outright. So I know that a lot of folks don't know that I have this place, which is where I stored this." And then he points all the way to the other side of the warehouse, and you see against like one of the load-bearing pillars is this large, like 10-foot by 8-foot something covered by a tarp. You get the very vague impression that it is at least flat surfaced, but you have no idea what it is very immediately. And he goes,
That's a nice tarp.
"Thank you. You will see what's there. Well, you know what's there anyway. You already, like, you've done these things before, which is why you're here anyway. So, that's how you're gonna get in, and you're gonna go straight to wherever you see the thing happening. Again, I don't know how this functions, but that's your way in." when you get there, we're going to have to resolve a lot of things in the dreamscape immediately. I'm gonna need someone's advice on what those things are. Siobhan, if you don't mind personally joining me for that part while all of the actual heavy lifting is done by the people who I trust. At which point, Rüstem actually turns to the four of you and settles his gaze on Vic.
Ruth looks fucking outraged.
I get the impression that there's gonna be a lot of struggle inside there. I don't mean to imply that you're essentially my hired muscle, but this is a thing that you're good at, and I'm not gonna give. It would be reckless of me to give it to anybody else. I'm sure you understand.
So you need us to fight through something to reunite Aisha with herself.
Yes. Like, a dream is part of the body, so it can't be out of the body. But now I need to find how to put it back, because all dreamscape is just landscape. This doesn't make any sense to me. All of the notes that they gave me, you know what? I need to fix this.
Your first mistake here is demanding sense from the dream.
I get that now. I get that they lied to me and told me that this was something that I could structure, that I could make sense of. That the thing that I was making would have made sense of it, which is the other part. And then he looks down at his very expensive watch. And then he immediately says, shit. Okay, we need to move, and starts walking towards the tarp.
Right. Vic power walks past him, getting ready to tear the tarp off.
Kat discreetly elbows Ruth and murmurs, all that money and not a fucking cell of his brain equipped to detect bullshit. Amazing.
He deserves what he gets then.
Kat, I wanted to give me a one die fortune roll.
Oh ho ho. I don't care if he hears me.
Is this how many brain cells of sense he has?
This is how many brain
That's
cells he has?
3. That's a 3. I guess he's working with a whole 3 brain cells.
Yeah? Okay, cool. That was literally to find out whether he does hear you or not. He doesn't hear you.
Would have been fine if he did.
So as you are all walking, he continues speaking as he says, so we don't have a lot of time. I put a branch of Dreamshine already in charge of the launch for this project, so we need to get out of the dream before that happens. I've been assured that time in the dream is actually dilated, so I trust that you all have an hour, I guess, in the dream. Well, 50 minutes at least. Everyone who does decide to look at the time notices that it is 5 minutes to the top of the hour.
Want to tell us anything about what we're going to see, or are you just going to backseat driver?
Inside, I don't know. I want y'all to tell me, but we don't have time now, so I'm just gonna have to go and see it. So someone's gonna have to show me it in real time. I'm gonna have to really hope that I am as agile in the dream as you all are, because I'm gonna have to take her with me, and I don't want anything to happen to her. all of you notice, by the way, that Aisha is like literally struggling to keep up with the group of you all, and is only managing to stay within walking range of Rüstem, because there are two members of Dreamshine staff literally making sure she doesn't stray too far from the group.
And Nina will try to kind of hang back to be closer to her, just to, if nothing else, for moral support.
Okay. Vic tears the tarp off. What do we see?
You see a large prism. It's like this. It looks like it's cut from like a ruby or a very dark red sapphire. Just like one big gemstone. Like it is so large that if every single individual one of you decided to stand equidistant from each other, you would all get one large facet of this crystal to look into by yourself. And then he goes, I could have just bought a mirror, but I figured they would know if I did. I literally had to go through several shell companies and some criminals to make sure I could get something that the rest of them wouldn't know was specifically for this purpose.
Oh no, criminals.
Rüstem turns to you in this moment and goes, I don't have time to be corrective of your snark, so I will simply say, I deserved that. Let's move on. I trust you all know the next thing that happens here, because I don't.
Yeah. So I have a pitch that is, we pair up like Dream Knight and person who doesn't know how to go into the dream, rather than doing one big chain.
Also, we have a crew advancement to pick before we head into this engagement, so we should do that.
Yeah, that might be important.
Yeah, this is true. Do you have a thing in mind already?
Well, the one that is most instantly pertinent, I think, is Moment of Crisis when factoring your engagement role. If you answer yes to does this mission determine the fate of a friend, gain plus 2d instead of plus 1d. Gain plus 1d when you help a friend recover from emotional harm. That is from our own series playlist abilities. I'm sorry, I'm definitely saying that wrong. But anyway, that is from our series abilities. But we are also able to take crew advancements from other series play sheets. And there were a few that were interesting to the group. And we can read them off here, I think.
I will say that this being hopefully your final engagement, that would be particularly useful.
The one remaining transcendent ability we have from the crew upgrades is Hold Back the Nightmare. While you are transcended, any eclipse roll of 4 or 5 counts as a 6. While transcended and in eclipse, roll a plus 1d on actions to frighten or upset others. That is again from our own series playsheet.
There is also a lot of value in that as well.
The two others from other playsheets that interested us were I Won't Allow It. If you take fatal harm while transcended, you don't die. When your transcendence ends, roll Eclipse. If you succeed, you're out of action for the remainder of the mission but still alive. If you fail, whatever power held death at bay fades and you die. Who catches you when you fall? The second one was Unshakable. While transcended, each protagonist gains plus 1d to all resistance rolls, which sounds great.
It's just be less squishy.
Just to be less squishy. I don't know what play series those are from. Mike, you were the one who chose those two.
So I do not recall the very latest names for these series, so apologies if I'm using old names. The Unshakable is from In the Kingdom of Dawn, which is the playset that is kind of sort of She-Ra Sailor Moon informed as I see it. And I Won't Allow It is from the one that's kind of most Madoka-ish in my mind. It has the kind of shaded diamond logo. And so tonally, those line up. The one that's just, you're tougher, you can do it, is from the kind of more optimistic, bouncier version. And I Won't Allow It is the, like, don't give up just yet. Heroically do a thing before you die, ultimately.
I guess the question then is how close, I guess, do we want to push our characters to death?
I'm gonna be honest with you all as stage manager. Tonight's gonna be a little tough.
I think
Everything that you just described is potentially useful.
I feel like I Won't Allow It is more likely to make an interesting moment, but it's another thing to have to keep track of. So, do any of these sound fun narratively and or mechanically to other folks?
I'm really excited by I Won't Allow It, because if we just look at basic probability, an eclipse is likely for someone in this room.
At least half of you are in eclipse territory, so it's only fair.
Personally, I narratively enjoy I Won't Allow It just because it dovetails really interestingly into the fact that it's not Kat's first rodeo in this season, and it's just, I don't know, it would be neat to me if the I in I Won't Allow It is Kat.
Yeah.
The implication being that the reason why everyone has this like lifeline is because Kat's been on the merry-go-round, and this time she draws the right card, or she gets the correct premonition, or I don't know, there's that flash of insight at just the right moment, and the person who technically should have died just gets a really big boo-boo instead.
Mm-hmm.
Valerie, how do you feel about that?
I am with you.
All right.
Nice.
Shall we call it there? All right.
Cool.
I have
I think
added it
so.
to the Notion.
Aha, noted. With that being said, that means that the questions that we're asking for engagement are the exact same questions as before. So, is this mission particularly heroic or noble? Take plus 1d, so that's already 1 for share luck plus 1. Does the mission's goal or methods reflect the worst part of the protagonist? Nope. Is this mission following through on the details from the protagonist's investigation? Yes. Take plus 1. I mean, the results of that investigation are literally joining you, so of course it does. Are the protagonists acting rashly or on very little information? There is technically a thing that you don't know that will inform this, so unfortunately it goes back to 2.
Okay.
There's still hope.
Does this mission determine the fate of a friend? Take plus 1d. Yes.
I hate to be that person, but because we haven't yet filled out the indoctrination chart, we do get another -1. So we're back to 2.
Yep.
Aha. Right. Are there any other elements that I want to consider? You're getting +1 because Aisha is here. Because Aisha is here, and yeah, you're getting +1 because Euphony is here.
That takes us to 4.
Yes. 4. Math, we can do it.
Is there anything taking this away? No. Everything else is already accounted for. You're fortunate. 4 dice for the engagement roll. I would like to, unless someone is absolutely positively insistent upon doing the thing, I would like to insist that Nina rolls engagement.
Yay. Okay, here we go. Okay,
Can
so
do it.
engagement. Okay, 4d6.
Ooh.
Has a 1, a 6, a 2, and a 4.
Okay.
That's very, very good. You are in a controlled position when the action starts. So,
Yeah.
since we're paired off at this moment, between individuals who know how to travel through the dream and individuals who don't, there are exactly 4 people present here who have never entered the dream before. 2 members of Dreamshine staff, Rüstem and Aisha. Does anyone have any preference who they'd like to travel through the mirror with?
Not
Nina?
Rüstem.
Aisha.
Okay, Nina's going with Aisha.
I'll take Rüstem.
Vic and Rüstem, nice. So I guess you just have 2 nondescript Dreamshine staff members left. Kat, you
elbows her Dreamshine staffer and goes, I have to ask. You're not an intern, right? You have health insurance before we do this?
A very timid, short, like tremendously awkward young woman in a suit turns to you very awkwardly, like her head turns very, very slowly as she regards you very curiously and goes, I don't think they gave me that paperwork.
Okay, see, that's going to be kind of a problem. This is kind of a dangerous thing. The danger can be to your body. This is absolutely one of those situations where if you get injured in here, we're gonna need to file workman's comp. And also, they should absolutely be giving you hazard pay for this. Let's go dream something, huh?
They did say overtime. We'll see.
Overtime and hazard pay are legal different things.
Rüstem, you're gonna voluntarily recognize the Dreamshine Union after this, right?
Let's talk about this again in looks at watch again. 4 minutes.
When Rüstem starts talking, Vic bloops into the prism.
Okay. Does everyone else go through the thing?
Mm-hmm. Into the prism with us.
Into the prism. I would like to say that just as Ruth and Kat take their appointed, possibly red shirt Dreamshine employees in through the prism, there's that like brief ripple when you go through a reflective surface where time kind of stills a little, reality is a bit weird, funky, and you can have whole conversations in this space. And so Ruth quickly brushes his fingers against Kat's arm, but in the transition through into the dream, it feels like he's taking her arm. And he says, listen, I know you're up to weird shit, I know you know weird shit. You don't have to tell me the weird shit. But if you need me somewhere, tell me, and I'll do it.
Kat fumbles around until she finds his hand and just squeezes it and goes, I'll tell you when we run into something we need.
He squeezes her hand back, and they are through the mirror prism.
Okay. All of you emerge in the dream. And just as you step out, just as there is still enough of reality outside, you hear like a very loud, very shrill kind of like staticky noise, like just as you enter into the dream. And the minute you all like land solidly in the dream, the sound is gone. But immediately afterward, Rüstem is looking back behind him. And when he realizes, oh, it's just more dream, we are now in the dream, there is no way back out unless I find a mirror here, he's like, fuck. I think someone screwed up. Okay, we no longer have 40 minutes. We now just have to do this.
Okay.
The
Nina?
Dreamshine employee next to you, Ruth, looks around at the other Dreamshine employee and then turns back to Rüstem and goes, I thought you said they weren't going to press the button until the top of the hour. Rüstem shrugs and goes, either they did this specifically to screw with us, or somebody pressed the button too early, but if that's what that's supposed to be, the eye is active. So we kind of have to go. I don't know what happens at this point. I don't know how this thing works. Let's just get inside.
Oh, I hate this.
Ruth thinks quietly to Ruthless, God, I hope he dies.
You notice, by the way, that now that you have emerged in the dream, you are in a version of Cloud Harbor that is perpetual night. And ahead of you is the Cloud Harbor Mirador. It's a weird kind of dream night where you can see the moon and you can see clouds, and both of them seem like they're simultaneously moving very quickly and not moving at all. And you can tell that street lamps are on all of the streets. When you turn to look at one, it's off. And there are no cars or other people here because obviously it's a dream. And you see that there is a light that is on at the very highest penthouse floor of the Mirador.
All right, everybody needs to stay together. Don't let your mind wander. Stay in the moment.
Understood. And Rüstem calls Aisha closer to him. Siobhan is just kind of lingering beside Rüstem as this happens, and goes, Do we need to stay in groups of two? Can we go in together? What happens now?
Ruth looks to Vic and says, the usual, as in, after you, because Vic usually goes in first if Ruth is not having a temper tantrum.
The buddy system is a good idea. and then Vic will walk up to the doors. And what I'd love to do is the Aragorn, the Aragorn thing. But if the doors are locked, I will kick it open.
The doors give way to you very easily. You swing it open and it looks exactly like the mirror door. Nina, because you work in the mirror door proper, you notice very awkwardly that the piano that is usually in the lobby with its own dedicated pianist, the piano and said pianist are still in the lobby, but are playing music backward. It's a song that you think you know, but you can't place it because it's being played backward. And it's very off-putting. And the rest of the lobby is kind of weird. Like, there are like very ornate furniture pieces in the lobby for when like folks are waiting for an elevator or just kind of gathering at the lobby after like buying something to eat or drink at some of the higher floors. All of those pieces of furniture are now warped. Like, every single face of those pieces are now like just kind of doing weird things, and they just all look like sculptures of what broken furniture would look like. And other than that, there's just the elevator to go up to higher floors.
Kat is very carefully escorting her new pet Dreamshine employee through this, as though she is escorting an extremely drunk customer.
What does
So, like-
Ruth's... sorry, keep going.
Like, explicitly pointing out and steering them around obstacles. Making sure to signal verbally all transitions, like, okay, we are going to move to the next floor.
Your Dreamshine employee, Kat, is like very awkward about this entire thing. You can tell like she's deathly afraid, but is also not trying to obviously give that away to anyone, and it just make her very timid and like very obviously crawling back into herself.
What's
Ruth,
mine?
your Dreamshine staff member is a very heavy-set, dark-skinned man. You get the very vague impression, just looking at him, that he may have been former military or private security before taking this job, and now you're very curious what his job is, because he's in a suit like the other guy, and you can tell like you can tell that he's obviously not armed. Like, it doesn't make sense. You think that you previously assumed that he must have been just another number cruncher, and then you got the vibe that he's been in some fights before. And now he just doesn't make sense to you anymore.
Ruth is okay with that, because Ruth has also been in fights, and Ruth generally wins. And this is a dream, so Ruth will extra win. So...
Yeah.
He is not nearly as kind as Kat, especially because he does not trust these Dreamshine employees to not pull something double-crossy at the last moment. So his guidance mostly is stay beside me and don't do stupid shit, and keeping an eye on new buddy system buddy.
Mm-hmm. Do you let this guy know that?
Oh yeah, I tell him overtly, stay next to me and don't do stupid shit. But I don't say, I totally think that you are going to betray us at some point.
Mm-hmm. When you tell him that, he says, understood, sir. You have seniority here. You've actually been in this operation before. I defer to your judgment. Like, with 100% trust. You are muted.
Ruth's first thought is, Jesus Christ, why can't dice be like this?
Wow, dice will remember that. So is everyone making it to the elevator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You all walk towards the elevator. Press the elevator button. Press the up button. You notice that even though you already instinctively know what these buttons are because you've all been to the mirror door at least once before, the symbols are just now obscure alchemical symbols instead of the up and down arrows. And you press the button, and I would like each of you to give me a defy roll. I'm gonna ask each of you to do it one by one so I can note it all individually. Can I get Mike's first?
Okay.
Let's see what Vic has to do.
Because we got a 6, is this a controlled position?
Yes, your position is controlled. Your effect is limited.
Okay. All right. That is a 4 and a 6.
Right, 6 is good. Let's see Nina next.
Hell yeah.
That's
6
a
is
6.
good.
Nice.
Let's see Ruth next.
Watch me fuck this up.
Good, I trust you.
It's a 5 and a 3, so not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Noted. And Cat.
That's a 3.
Aha, okay, cool. So. The elevator door opens. And inside you see this bright flash of light come toward you. When you regain your senses, you have already traveled within the dream. And I'm gonna start with the person with the lowest defy roll, which is Cat.
Okay. Let's do the thing.
Cat, very briefly, when the light fades, you are in complete darkness, and then you feel a spotlight upon you. It's coming from a place you can't tell, just pure spotlight.
I
And
don't like that.
as you notice the ground beneath you in this spotlight, you notice, I know these tiles from somewhere. You are in Somnia. As your eyes
At this point, I'd like to draw a card.
Do you? Okay, cool. Okay. I would like you. You know what? I would like you to give me a D99 roll.
Okay. What's an 81 get me?
81. Let's see. God, so many cards have come up in the last few sessions. This would be wild. 81. Oh yeah, this is noteworthy. 81 is a card called the Housekeeper. It is the card that typically comes up when the dream wants to say either that there is a mess that needs to be cleaned, or that you're doing a very good job of dealing with a thing that you did not know was a mess beforehand. Which means that very fortunately, you are simultaneously the person who is going to notice a thing very quickly, and unfortunately, because of your defy roll, be ill-equipped to respond to it, even though it's not going to pose an immediate threat to you.
Mhm.
Which is, as you acclimate to the light insomnio, the dream represents your acclimation as light pouring into the room more. At which point you notice it just looks like a normal day at Somnio, except the booth that is like somewhere central to the room, like one of the most awkward places to sit, especially if you seek privacy, because it's designed to be the booth that semi-faces the stage for whenever one of your fellow staff members or a musical guest comes to like perform a set, and therefore it is a place where everyone needs to walk past to get to or from the bar. It's the worst seat in the house, and sitting in it is Euphony. The Euphony that you met before all of this had happened. The version that had not yet embraced full transcendence. And their table is full of empty glasses and plates full of half-eaten or three-quarters eaten food, like just piles of mess on this table. And they turn to you as you're standing like literally right next to them. And they say to you, in a tone of voice that you can very clearly hear, even though it seems as if they are speaking softly against the din of the rest of the floor, they say to you exactly the words, "I keep on having this dream where I'm stuck in a hole and I can't get out." And as they finish saying those words, you feel the rest of Somnio get like bigger or taller around you. And then you notice, no, it's not that space is getting bigger. It's that you're sinking into something, and so is Euphony. And you can see through it into the rest of Somnio. But you don't, you try to move in it, and you suddenly realize that you can't move. And then you
Where's
hear
my
this...
Dreamshine employee, Brandon?
You are by yourself. Your Dreamshine colleague is lost in the sauce elsewhere. And as you have that thought...
Great. Yes. I love this. I love not being responsible for an extra stranger in this moment.
And as you have this thought, you hear a crunching sound? You hear like this vigorous kind of like it sounds like concrete is breaking from very far away, and it keeps getting closer and closer and closer to you. And then, out of the corner of your eye, just above the edge of this hole that you are very slowly sinking in, you see the Euphony that came with you all to the warehouse charge through the concrete wall of Somnio east of the bar, shake off large pieces of stone from their shoulders, and go, "What the fuck is going on?" And that's where we're going to take a very quick break.
All right, because we are pre-recording, our break may be longer than your break. We will be back very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more dream shenanigans with the strange friends as we continue this finale of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. Where we last left off during the break, Cat Holly was trapped in dream somnio, witnessing herself and also Euphony in a hole, and then the other Euphony showed up and broke shit. So let's find out what that's about. Kat, how do you feel in this moment, presently being trapped?
I mean, like, not great, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And Kat looks to the euphony that has just busted their way in, and looks to the euphony in this hole with her, and yells at our new euphony on the scene, "Hey! Save yourself!"
As the hole starts getting larger, you start seeing less and less of the floor level of Somnio, and at that point, the euphony is distant enough that you can't see the top of their head anymore, and then you see them glance at you just before you stop, just before you lose visibility, and run towards the hole, and like hovers over the hole and says, "What did you say?"
"Get down here and save yourself," Kat shouts, pointing at the other euphony, "because I'm not going to do it for you."
So you see Euphony look at you in the hole, look at the rest of the hole, gaze up from the hole and look at the rest of Somnia, then gaze back down at you and bring their hand down for you. At which point you notice two things. One, perspective in this dream is so very warped that this hole looks to you as if it has gotten 12 or 13 feet long, but Euphony's arm is reaching you with no distortion, and that's when you realize that the hole technically actually has not been moving at all. And two, you get the very strong impression that Euphony does not see anyone else in the hole with you.
Hate dreams so much. I'm going to go get a prescription for Valium when this is all over.
Euphony hoists you up out of the hole and goes, "Where'd your pal go?"
Hopefully, away, somewhere safe. But I have no way of knowing that, and I find it, let's say, improbable.
Euphony just wildly gestures at the dream and goes, "The only place I can think of that's less safe than this is a fireworks factory. So maybe we should get a move on."
Sounds great.
And you see Euphony just kind of glances in several cardinal directions in this room, and decides to just pick a wall that they didn't already walk through and starts charging towards that wall. Meanwhile, Ruth,
Yeah.
you find yourself in a hospital.
That's pretty normal.
You are standing next to the receptionist desk in what seems to be a very busy version of the hospital where you used to work. Dozens of people are walking or running past you in multiple directions, and when you try to settle on their faces or the names on their name tags or any distinguishing features about the clothes that patients or guests are wearing, you realize you can't really settle on any of those things.
am I a nurse in this setting, or am I a patient, or am I someone who is in the waiting room waiting for someone to come out? Like, what's the context of the dream I've been landed in?
You look down and you notice that you are in nurse's scrubs, but that's when you also notice that your knuckles are severely bruised. Which is weird for you, because you've never, like, you tend to be better about not letting people at work know that you've been in a fight the night before when you were still working here. So this immediately strikes you as odd.
I put on some nitrile gloves.
As you do that, you hear a message on the intercom system that says, Vermilion Ruth, can you please come to the OR? Paging Vermilion Ruth to the OR. You've probably been a nurse in the OR maybe 3 times in your entire career.
That's not at all where I'm supposed to go. And the only time that I was called there was because we were so severely understaffed that literally any living body that could hold a thing, please go in there.
Yeah.
So Ruth kind of mentally braces himself, i.e. gets Ruthless ready, who is just kind of hovering in the background, ready to break in at any moment, and goes to the OR, trusting the dream to take him where he needs to go.
You follow the typical real-world path to the OR, and when you get to the OR, you find where the operating table is supposed to be. There is a large pile of dirt and an open hole.
Is there anybody else in this OR?
Nope.
Okay. I don't go up to the hole because I'm just waiting for something to push me in there. And instead, I call, is anybody down there?
Ruth, is that you?
Do I recognize the
You
voice?
You hear Euphony's voice.
I assume you're not the fucked up one. The one who ate
Aren't
all
we
of
all
Nina's
a bit
cookies?
fucked up? What?
I'm a lot more fucked up than you.
Can you just get me out of here? How close are you to the hole, by the way? Can you see Euphony at this point?
I'm still at the door. So I step in and I guess roll for analyze to make sure that there's nothing nefarious in the room before I get down and try and pull Euphony out of the hole.
Okay, give me an analyze roll. Your position is controlled. Your effect is limited.
I only have 1 dot there, so this is going to be easy. That's a 1.
Big yikes.
I think I'm totally safe.
Yeah, you walk away from the door. The minute you walk away from the door, the operating room starts getting bigger. You are briefly startled by the fact that you are seeing the walls start moving further away from you. You trip on what you know is nothing in this room. There is nothing on this room for you to trip on, and then you fall into the hole.
Great.
The very last thing that you see before falling back first into this hole is someone bust through the eastern wall of the operating room. And you see in the shadow of this dimly lit operating room, just moments before you fall, the other Euphony, the Euphony that came into the dream with you, and what looks like a very flustered cat being dragged by the arm behind them.
As Ruth falls into the hole, the last thing Kat sees is Ruth throwing up the finger and shouting, "This is your fault," at the other Euphony. And then he disappears into the hole.
What did I do? I just got here. And they run up towards the hole and try to grab you. Please give me a 1 die fortune roll, Ruth. Aha. Euphony grabs you just by the forearm before you fall all the way into the hole.
Ruth smashes against the side of the hole and grumbles, "I'd rather be saved by Vic."
If you want, I can leave you here and let them know. Is that what you'd prefer?
Ruth looks up at them, grits
Kat
his
says,
teeth.
"Oh my god."
Ruth grits his teeth at the
Euphony out of the way. Reaches down.
Okay. Both Euphony and Kat are now lifting you out of this hole. What is it with this dream and holes now, exactly?
Excuse me? Who is the one who trained us?
What does that have to do with the question I just asked?
You're down there. Your shitty other half is down there going, "I'm stuck in a hole."
Euphony looks to you, Kat, with this absolutely confused look on their face, and then looks back over into the hole, and then comes back to face you all and goes, "What are you all? You know what? It's the dream. Obviously, this is supposed to have some meaning to you all. That is not immediately reaching out to me. Ruth, I would like you to give me another analyze roll.
Okay.
Your position is still controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Your effect is still limited, but you have +1 die now.
Okay, so that makes for a total of 2d6. That's a 1 and a 3. Not too good.
You hear something like wind blowing from somewhere, but you can't fathom where. Euphony looks back to you, Kat, and goes, "Anyway, you don't need to thank me for saving your lives or whatever. Let's just get your friends and get back on whatever train we're supposed to be on at this moment."
Kat says to Ruth, "We don't need to thank them for saving our lives which would not have been in danger if they had not pulled us into this entire mess to begin with. Isn't that generous? Isn't that so sweet and big-hearted?"
I'm not fucking thanking someone who won't save themselves.
This wasn't my fault. This was the other one's fault. Then stop blaming me, as they are now juggernauting their way towards another wall.
Ruth looks over at Kat and says, "This is the person Vic wanted to be."
I'm so glad that Vic hasn't grown up to be like this. I like Vic so much better. Oh my god.
Vic hasn't become them yet. And they're not going to, if I have anything to say about it. And then grabs Kat by the forearm and stomps after Euphony and the giant gaping hole they've made in the wall.
Mm-hmm. The Bugs Bunny hole in the wall. We cut then to Vic, who starts sneezing. Vic, you are in Ailston High. You are in your homeroom class.
Okay. Are there students?
It is. There are people sitting in chairs in your classroom. You get the very vague idea that these are in fact your students, but they're all adults. They all seem like the 25, 26-year-old versions of the students in your present class. And they all seem very weird to you, in that out of the corner of your eye, you can notice that every one of them is very clearly like, as visually as you can imply in a dream, a fully developed version of themselves. You can look at each one of them just out of your peripheral vision, and you get the sense of who has been accomplished businessmen or who lean fully into the arts or fashion, from the way that they're dressed and the way that they present themselves. But whenever you turn to focus on any individual person in this room, you see them instead in what looks like a dark gray jumpsuit. And they all look like listless and somewhat like drained of personality in this moment. And they're all looking you intensely in the eye as if they're waiting for something from you.
Okay. I'm going to do something very silly.
Yes, please.
So there is one time in the last day of the week after exams, due to a scheduling, year calendar weirdness, there was a day where there just wasn't anything to do. And so Vic rented a karaoke machine and brought it in to the classroom and wheeled it out from somewhere that they had hidden it to be able to do a dramatic reveal. And because they are teenagers, most of them are too self-conscious to want to sing anything. And therefore, Vic had to go first. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of kneel and reach behind my desk, and I'm going to pull out the karaoke machine. And I'm going to beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. And I'm going to start, Vic starts singing Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. And what I want to do is I want to use Express to kind of connect that moment from their own memories and the time when Vic let the veneer slip and sang the crap out of that song in the way that it was written, not the celebratory fashion, but the this is the reality of being born in the USA and the way that society has constrained us.
I love it so very much.
So what's my position and effect?
Your position is controlled. Your effect is extreme.
Okay.
Good Lord, I love this. I dig this so very much.
All right, and I have 3 in Express, but I can only roll 2 without being transcended. So I'm going to roll 2d6. I got a 6. 6 and 4. And so they are stomping on the ground where the drum boom.
I love this so very much. So you are singing and you see all of your students really getting into it, and in this moment this very strange sight that you have of them transitions now as if you're looking at one of those lenticular cards.
Mm-hmm.
From their gray jumpsuits, the jumpsuit self, to their accomplished adult selves, back to their student selves. And you are looking right at them now and focusing on them. as adults, as children, I mean.
Okay.
And they are fully into it. This is the most fun you've ever seen them have in school ever in their entire lives.
And so Vic gets through a verse and then pointing the mic at them says, "All right, everybody together now," and like points the mic toward the students to pull them into the performance.
Mm-hmm. And you do that, and the moment that you extend the mic towards them, that portion of the classroom suddenly transforms from a classroom to a lit auditorium stage. As all of them, still children, but now in their adult garb from just earlier, are singing their heart out for an audience full of what looks to you as you look back at them as you in various ages, like randomly sprinkled all across this auditorium. And in the very center of the auditorium, you see another karaoke machine that is presently plugged in somewhere but not playing anything. And as you focus on it, you realize that everything else is still happening everywhere else, but now you cannot. Now the sound of everything that is happening in this auditorium is far softer, and no one is noticing that you are not looking at them anymore.
And so, with the song fully being carried by the students, the camera kind of hones in and realizes that the Vic on the other side of the other karaoke machine is quote unquote present Vic. And I reach over and press skip forward on the karaoke machine, and I'm in the room with the light in the mirror door.
Mm-hmm. You notice that this karaoke machine only has one song, as it is still present in front of you in this room. Being a karaoke machine, it's just an instrumental and text. The song, by the way, is Same Old Blues by Fantagram. And the video that is behind the text is video of Euphony digging a hole. And that's when you notice that that's when you notice that the words of the chorus of the song are, "I keep on having this dream where I'm stuck in a hole and I can't get out."
Okay, can I edit where I end up instead then?
You can, yes, please. The Express was that good.
So instead of skip forward, I press play, and as the button depresses, Vic is at the top of the hole and is extending a rope down to Euphony, except it's the mic and the mic cord. And they say, "Come on, we've got work to do."
Euphony looks up to you as they grab the mic cord, and this is the most timid and least self-assured that you've ever seen Euphony in your life. They seem almost like upsettingly sorrowful about something. You can't tell what, but they do take it, and you do successfully pull them out of the hole. And just as they emerge from the hole, you hear a large crunching sound to your right, and when you look towards it, you are now in a hallway on the 4th or 5th floor of the Mirador, with both Euphonies, Cat, and Ruth.
Vic nods to Kat and Ruth. Has anyone seen Nina?
Ruth shakes his head.
No, it's sort of starting to worry me.
Yeah.
Do we see the Dream Shine intern buddies with us?
Give me a 1 die fortune roll.
I shall oblige. That's a 4.
Right. So, you see your Dreamshine staffer, Ruth, emerge from a door on this hallway of the mirror door that you know is supposed to be like a broom closet or a storage closet, or something like that. And they've emerged with a claymore in their hand, swinging wildly at the other end of the door as they just slam it shut with their foot. And you can tell like they've been in an absolute scuffle previously. The sleeve of their blazers torn off. They're bruised on the right side of their face. They're sweating. They're covered in someone else's blood.
Been there.
And he turns to you and he goes, "Why didn't anybody tell me that dreams are so goddamn intense?" You get the impression that he's not merely saying that he didn't expect being on this mission to be so dire, but it comes with the additional tone as if to imply he's never actually naturally dreamed a night in his life.
Kat says to Ruth, "We should tell Rüstem to give that one a raise."
Ruth has this really, really great talent for making all the knuckles of his hand crack alarmingly just by closing it into a fist. And as he goes, and nods, he just does that unconsciously. But he goes over to his panicking Dreamshine intern buddy and basically, you know, talks the man down a bit, because even though it's a dream gun, it's still a gun.
While this is happening, yes?
I would like to invoke Rewind Return.
Alright, might I ask why?
Because I want to find Nina.
Oh, I will spare you the thing.
Oh.
And say, like, the reason why all of this was happening at this moment in time, because remember, Nina rolled particularly well on Defy. Nina, you have a totally uneventful trip up the elevator. You see outside the glass
Shot of
walls of the
Nina in the
elevator.
elevator.
You watch
elevator,
all of
Nina eats cookies.
yeah. You watch Euphony covered in dirt. Another Euphony who is like strangely translucent, but you don't know why. A Dreamshine staff who seems to be going through it, and 3 of your friends are on the 5th floor, looking
Aisha
very
with me?
anxiously at each other.
Do I still have Aisha?
Aisha is with you very briefly while you were in the elevator, like just as you had crested the 3rd floor. The other Dreamshine staffer teleported into the elevator and is in the corner of the elevator box, hyperventilating at the moment.
I'm just imagining the first Mass Effect game's elevator music playing while Nina's like,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if this is a TV show, we just get like 30 seconds of uninterrupted footage of the elevator going up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does the Dreamshine employee want a cookie? Or nah?
You offer a cookie to her and she says, "Are you real?"
Yeah.
She nods, but she doesn't take the cookie from you and does not move.
I eat
All
another
of you
cookie.
notice Nina. All of you notice Nina going up the elevator. All of you now have the option to take the second elevator or go up the stairs. None of you know where Rüstem is.
Ruth looks at Vic, stares.
Yeah.
If it is possible, Ruth like peeks out the stairwell to check on the elevator as they're going up. Because out of all of us who deserve to have a good time, it's Nina, and Nina had better have the best elevator ride of her life going up to that floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it continues to seem like it's going swimmingly. You are noticing very weirdly, as if by dream logic, that the elevator is always within your view whenever you look out through past the stairwell, as if even though you absolutely positively know that it should be moving quite quickly, and that you're going up the stairs quite slowly, it never leaves your eyesight, as if the dream is consistently allowing you to make sure that you can see Nina, even if that means, even though Nina can't notice it, that the elevator is always skipping floors and coming back several floors down specifically so you can see it. Vic, I would like you to give me a 2-die fortune roll.
Okay. That is 4 and a 6.
Ah, nice. You notice, and as you notice, everybody else begins to slowly notice. There is a sound that is growing in intensity that sounds like wind blowing through a tunnel. And when you notice the sound and try to focus on where it could be potentially coming from, you notice that it's coming from both euphonies.
In at least one timeline, but not this one, Ruth had looked over to Kat and said, "Should we try to put them back together with a hammer?" He doesn't say that now, but he kind of looks over to Kat as if to say, "Is this when we do some weird shit? Yes? No? Hammer?"
Kat is frowning as she looks up at the elevator. And as she heads for the stairs, she grumbles. I got to ride that last time. Why do I have to do cardio now?
So you all just continue going up the elevator? Going up the stairs?
Yeah, I think as long as the euphonies are able to keep up and the wind is not becoming a problem, then yeah.
They do seem to be keeping up, but you also notice as you are trying to pay attention on whether they are, that it seems as if the euphony that came with you is trying to grab the other euphony by the hand, and their hand is passing all the way through, and you can tell that they seem pretty perturbed about it.
That is not my problem.
Ruth is desperately trying to remember all, like, the reverse exorcism things from the old Hong Kong movies that he watched as a kid. Like, because like, I know I watched a whole bunch of weird supernatural stuff. One of these things has got to put them back together, but nothing is coming up in it.
As this is happening, I'm gonna ask if you will all indulge me in this moment so I can give this brief moment of external character development, or rather internal character development.
Yes.
In another version of this staircase, Euphony can see all of your avatars. In fact, in another version of this staircase, Euphony sees going up this staircase as if they're walking only with your avatars and not with you. And as you are all running up the stairs, Euphony turns to Deed and shouts, "God damn it, I don't get it. Why does this not work? How do you get... Why does this feel so broken? Why do I care? How does this work for you all? How are you all so comfortable with being in this situation where you depend on all of these other creatures to live?"
Bither steps on her foot. Their foot, sorry.
What was that for?
There's no need to raise your voice about this.
Individual valor means nothing when building a collective. Freedom can only be enjoyed by the populace. Keep up.
Even when they don't want it, even when it's obvious that they judge you?
People are given scapegoats. Hate comes from fear. Hate is taught. It is not innate. When we are caged in, we turn on one another. Tear down the cage, and there can be understanding.
Euphony sighs, glances back at the other Euphony again, and just continues running. Back to you all. You all eventually get to the third to last floor of the Mirador, at which point this staircase ends, and the only way to go to the two penthouse floors above is to come off of the staircase or the main elevator and then take a separate elevator to those rooms. At which point you all come out precisely when Nina exits the elevator.
Hey, why are there so many euphonies here?
Ruth says, because Euphony hates themselves.
That's not true.
Because Euphony is so terrified of depending on any other person that we just now apparently need multiple euphonies to accomplish anything. I suppose that, you know, dream clones can help you without it counting as asking others or relying on someone else.
Well, you can't do clones. Every clone is like a copy of a copy, and they just get worse.
I think that's just
Euphony
the movies,
squints
Nina.
at you all. Euphony squints at you all and goes, "Please, let's just get this over with," and walks towards the other elevator.
Ruth gives Kat a look, and it's the look of a scarred, beleaguered, bitter, and yet extremely proud mama hen that has watched her chick learn how to fly.
Kat leans over to whisper to Youth. So, like, if you are so hell-bent on self-reliance that you need to make more selves to fill in the gaps, is that under the, like, is that libertarianism still, or is it now a new bad thing?
I think that's Euphony's shit being topsy-turvy.
Vic, you know politics things. What do you think? Is this libertarianism gone very wrong, or?
I mean, I try not to think about libertarianism if I can avoid it. It seems like some kind of solipsism. If there are multiple euphonies, it should be harmony. And it seems like you're still dissonance.
Can you all please stop talking about me like I'm some kind of experiment or something? And they walk up with the elevator and press the up button. You notice as well that the buttons on this elevator are just small flame emoji and large flame emoji.
Are those buttons oriented in any way that implies up or down?
Oh no, yes. Like, they still very clearly translate an up and a down, and they press the up button. And then the elevator door opens, and instead of an elevator, you find yourself backstage on what looks like a university auditorium, where Rüstem Demir is facing a large crowd of people who seems to be clapping very eagerly for whatever it is he just said or was about to say. And he turns back when you all emerge from behind him. And what looks like a very courteous stage smile shifts into like very obvious fright. And he turns to you, Nina, and goes, "Somebody get me out of here, please."
Okay. Nina tries to reach out for him. It's like, okay, come on. just leave.
Give me a roll for that. What would you like to roll for this?
She's like, what is stopping him? Like, is he in the hole?
You don't see a hole, you just see the dream.
So
but
Nina
I will
is very
say,
confused,
because
like
so like I will say a thing that you would know as a dream knight is that there are times when you will encounter someone else's waking or dreaming self in a dream where even when you are not obviously sure what could be potentially compelling them in a moment, they may be expressing a kind of fright or control based solely on the fact that the dream that they're in has them more in an emotional state of ransom than a physical one. And you have no idea what it might be in this moment.
Okay, so if he is in a stage fright position, then Nina is trying to think back to like times when she has seen other people having to deal with that and what other people have done. Nina's gone to like concerts and shows and things where the acts weren't necessarily like doing well, stand-up comedians and stuff where people were getting heckled. And what the host would do that she remembers is be like, all right, let's give them a hand, and then kind of like start clapping to get the audience to clap and also signal that the person's time is at an end and they are now free to leave. And so Nina's going to try to do that. I'm not sure what that role is. Would that be Defy or Express?
Defy works. I was gonna say it sounds like Empathize.
If it's Empathize is fine too, because like she's working with her understanding of like, yeah, it's really uncomfortable to be in that position, and the way to get them out of there is to perk them up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Because I will also
do-
say that empathize is much better. Because if you roll empathize, I'll say that your position is controlled and your effect is extreme.
We'll do that. Okay, so empathize, controlled, extreme. All right. And I've got 2d6 for that. Let's see. That's a 3 and a 5.
5 is good. So a series of dream things happen almost instantaneously for you, and you notice all of them happen in tandem. You do exactly as you described. You go up on stage. You weren't in like the clothes that you entered the dream in suddenly shift to like a pressed tuxedo as you come up on stage, and you suddenly compel everybody to clap, and as you're guiding Rüstem to come off stage, you both turn to face the staircase to come off the stage, and when you turn, you're not on a stage anymore. You are now both standing outside a limo at one of Cloud Harbor's like performance theaters at a red carpet event, and dozens of people are like climbing over the velvet rope to get Rüstem's autograph, or like kneeling on the red carpet in front of him, and he looks absolutely repulsed at all of it. And he turns back to you and says, "You need to get me out of here." And your instinct in that moment, as you look back down and you notice that you're dressed like a bodyguard, and you're suddenly far like stronger than you've ever seen yourself in your entire life, you gesture for him to get back into the vehicle, and when you both get back into the limo and close the door, you are all now standing in the proper backstage area of an auditorium that you've never seen before, because there are no auditorium spaces in the Mirador.
Are we alone, or are we back together with everyone?
All of you are now back together. The rest of you did not notice any of these transitions happen until you suddenly found yourself in this room.
Wow, I can't believe that worked.
Rüstem turns to you and goes, "Where is Aisha? Is Aisha with you?" And then looks down and sees that Aisha is just like standing right to the left of you, and she just kind of runs up to him and gives him a hug. Good God, I don't know how you all do it. Thank you so very much for taking care of her while I was missing. And his voice kind of trails off, and he looks out into the middle distance as if he's been seriously perturbed by a thing.
Stay with us. We're up the Mirador, but we need to get to that room still.
Right. I think I'm getting a hang of the fact that doors don't work in this space, so I guess if we don't have a plan, that's a better plan than just going the way you think you're supposed to go in this space. How do you find things here?
You can either stumble through according to dream logic, or you can try to manifest.
Or you can follow the tragic genius. Points at Vic.
This will be easier
Rüstem,
if you can focus, because you know this place, and you know Aisha, and you're going to be the one that can understand intellectually and emotionally what we need to do to bridge that gap for her.
Okay. So I know where we need to go. It's the penthouse, I guess. Um it stands to reason based on things that I've gleaned from you actually, and he turns to Euphony and notices that there are two Euphonies and is briefly confused and then just gets back to just continues talking. That sometimes in the dream folks have anchors that are like representations of their unconscious, and I reckon then the easiest way to get Aisha back is to get back to the library that we used to have back home, but we're not in our house. But I do have a version of that library, a smaller study that I kept for Aisha here at the Mirador before she got sick. So hopefully we'll find what we're looking for there. Unfortunately, that's the thing that I was trying to avoid, but that's why I'm fortunate that we're all together, because it means you can help me deal with the other thing. And that's when you notice that he has kind of focused so deeply in that moment by asking himself that question that when he turns around, you can actually see the wall behind him shimmer and stop being the wall of an unknown auditorium and turn back into the second elevator that you are all walking toward. And he opens the elevator. Like, you see up and down buttons now with up and down arrows now, and you walk into the elevator. And the elevator goes up very slowly, and he says, I don't know how to fight here, and I'm pretty sure that what happens next is going to very deeply involve me. So any help that you can give me afterwards would be greatly appreciated. As you see this glass elevator come to a stop at the penthouse, and when the doors open, you see what would otherwise look like a very lavish penthouse apartment at the top of the Mirador. What should be like very expensive leather couches, very fancy electronic equipment, like a very large, very fancy flat screen TV, two gaming PCs to one side with lots of unnecessary peripherals attached to them, a very fancy glass dining area, very fancy granite countertop kitchen. But all of it is covered in moss and fungus.
Does Luke have time to show him the solar plexus thing that he taught me and Nina that time?
As you all walk into this space, Rüstem grabs the claymore sword from that one staffer. You see him twirl it a little in his hand as if he has very vague sword fighting practice, as if he's trained for stage and never been in an actual sword fight before. And he calls back behind himself to you all. If there are any tips that you can tell me before I die tonight, please let me know.
Vic will tap the hilt of the sword and then tap Demir's chest and says, "You don't fight with that. You fight with this."
Ruth looks so exhausted.
You say that. Vic and Nina, I would like you to give me an empathize roll. How many dots do each of you have in empathize? You have 2, you have 1. Your position is your position is controlled. Your effect is great. Nina, very briefly, this is me pulling some GM bullshit for you all. You are allowed to roll 3 dice. I'm giving you 1 bonus die and you're allowed to roll it as if you are transcended. Okay, Vic does not notice a thing.
I got a 2.
4, 3, 6.
Nice. Do you remember that first time you saw Euphony draw Transcendence out of Vic?
Yes.
You see very, like, briefly, like, almost out of the corner of your eye, and then when you focus on it, you actually see it very, very clearly. You focus on Vic in that moment, reassuring Rüstem, and then you're drawn in that moment to look down at Aisha, who seems obviously very worried. The room is giving everyone the heebie-jeebies. Her older brother has a sword in his hand. Everyone is very nervous about something really bad happening, and she's the only minor in this room, and maybe something's going to happen to her brother, and she doesn't want anything to happen to her brother. She loves her brother very much, and in this moment, you see what looks like a beam of light emerge from a window somewhere in this room that is covered in, like, black fungus and muck and slime. Light still somehow pierces through all of that, and you see it strike Rüstem in the chest, and you follow that light as it, and for some reason, allows you this very brief glimpse all the way into what seems like this dream reenactment of the soul of Rüstem Demir. As you see that light hit this green, crusty, weird-looking gemstone of a heart inside him. And as you focus on it, you notice it's covered with crap. There are, like, piles, there are, like, torn pieces of $100 bills and, like, greasy fingerprint stains and, like, wires and sharp stones poking out of whatever is supposed to be his heart here. And you see that light hit it and start cutting away at all of that shit. And underneath it, you see a pure ruby heart-shaped gem twirling very slowly. And you notice as the light starts bouncing off of all of its facets, as if to illuminate it from within, even though you can see all the way through it. And inside it, you notice that it is revealing something that was presumably too translucent to be seen except when surrounded by light. And in it, you see a small doll that you recognize the look of. And when you look away from it, you realize as you look down at Aisha that Aisha is in Rüstem Demir's heart. And as you see that, you hear Rüstem you glance back up as Rüstem steadies his grip on the sword and says, Here goes nothing, and then out of nowhere, a gust of wind knocks him back towards the door behind you. And as you look forward, ahead of you all, you see, floating above the floor, in a maroon pantsuit, a young woman a young feminine figure that you've met before. And that's when you realize, with like mildew and moss dripping out of their fingernails, the Chief Innovation Officer of Dreamshine Technologies, Zenaida Metaxas, is standing in front of you all and looks at Rüstem and goes, "You didn't think it was going to be easy, did you?" And that's where we're going to take another break.
Dun dun dun.
It's so tense in here.
All right.
This is where things happen, folks.
But in the meantime, a break for us is a break for you.
Please take care of yourselves as we take care of ourselves, and we will be back with more Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for yet more of Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire, our Speculate special event on twitch.tv/arvaneleron. When last we left off, just before the break, Zenaida and Metaxas has revealed themselves in this room to be a threat, and has just tossed our ally, Rüstem Demir, to the other side of the room. So yeah, we are kind of in the thick of it at this moment. Does anyone have an immediate response before things happen? First, I should ask to be absolutely positively sure, does anyone have an ability that would give them priority in an action if necessary?
Maybe. If I
Also
wanted
maybe.
to, optionally.
Maybe also if I wanted to.
Situational things. Cool. Noted.
I did not take Clock Stopper as an ability. So I do not get initiative by default.
Cool. Okay, so the thing that that is about to happen, if you all would like to resist that in any way or form, is you all notice that tendrils of like black inky liquid are now rushing towards all of you.
So to clarify, I can only act specifically before my rival does. The move that I have. So I cannot act first. This is how I'm reading it. I don't think that I can say I get to act first by default.
No,
I
you
feel
have
like
to
it's
act.
It's a
Yeah, you have to
retroactive
act
thing
in
where it's like,
to.
yeah, where if Vic does a thing, then I can say no, I get to go first. I do this first.
And I can expend my special armor to resist something I don't like.
Can you read that ability verbatim for me, just to remind me?
Of course. Saw it coming. You can expend your special armor to resist any consequence relating to surprise or misfortune, to be in two places at once, or perform some similar feat of time manipulation.
Okay, cool. Noted. So, to be sure, is that a thing that you'd like to do in this moment?
No, not just yet.
So I think Vic's impulse is to go first. And I think what that looks like is, you know, there's kind of onrushing dark goop stuff. And Vic steps out of the elevator as which side are you on starts like playing from nowhere. And like a magic trick, blooms of lavender ripple up their body, revealing Deed, who is going to step forward and basically try to shield block the whole thing. But Ruth could go first if they want to now.
I think in a surprise and immensely important shift of character, Ruth actually steps forward with Vic as opposed to before Vic. And as he steps forward, Vic hears him murmur very quietly under his breath, "Ruthless, let me be able to do this." And he transcends himself of his own volition. And there against the darkness, Ruthless's lightning bright light just sears into the room.
What is the thing that makes this this transcendence different? What about the form that this takes is distinctly different than when Ruthless simply takes your form?
When Ruthless transcended before, it was a very violent transformation. It looked like he was pretty much being murdered out of the way. In this one, he changes from one step to the next. Almost like, I'm going to be a little poetic, almost kind of like a fighter shedding, his robe or his towel before stepping into the ring or something. Just a very natural transition of, I was outside this fight, now I am inside it.
Mm-hmm. I love this so very much.
Mm-hmm. And when Ruthless appears, she smiles and she says, maybe to Ruth, maybe to Vic, maybe to just herself, because she is that kind of person. I'm with you.
Okay. And do you also put up a shield like Deed has, or do you do something else?
Like with Siobhan, how Ruthless summoned Crystal, as a weapon, I guess. Similarly, she manifests or casts, like crystalline sheets of almost like mica in the air. So anything that hits it kind of vanishes through it. Like the sheets of mica are portals into elsewhere in the dream.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So you both pose with your shields in front of the rest of the group, and you watch this goop as it very briefly, very obviously to you becomes sharp and semi-solid, as if it was meaning to actually do some very serious damage to you. And then it hits Deed's shield and just kind of bounces off and flies off into other directions. And it hits Ruthless's shield and then just goes splat and disappears into the mica. As Zenaida looks at you all and goes, clever, good enough, but you seem to forget where you are. This is my realm. This was granted to me. You are just visitors here, and I can kick visitors out whenever I want. And then they raise their hands into the air and then push them down, and you all feel this incredible pressure on your shoulders. You feel as if some intense gravity has been suddenly exerted upon your body, and it makes it incredibly difficult for you all to move. Whoever is like immediately next to Rüstem at this point notices that it is so sudden and so intense that it forces the sword in his hand all the way out of his hand, and when it is forced down into the ground, it actually pierces the floor of the elevator just an inch and a half from his ankle, and is now stuck in there.
I'd like to say that Ruthless engages Zenaida in whatever passes for dream combat.
To exert your will past this pressure, you will have to make a roll.
That sounds like a defy to me.
Defy works. I'm open to some other things, but defy definitely always works in the dream. I'd say your position is desperate, and your effect is standard because you are transcended.
So when I make a desperate roll, I can choose to get plus 1d for the roll if I also take minus 1d to any resistance rolls against consequences from my action. I would like to do that.
All right, yes, please.
So that's a total of 5 dice.
Good lord.
I am not going to push myself because 5 dice seems like I'm just going overboard at this point. And I should probably save the stress for other things. Rolling 5d6 desperate. A 3, a 6, a 3, a 5, and a 4. And
Okay.
marking the desperate XP just in case I level up another dot in something.
You can't run per se, but you have regained a great deal of your mobility in this moment. If you wanted to immediately rush up towards Zenaida and do a thing. With that in mind, what is the thing that you specifically want to do?
Because this is ruthless, she doesn't just want to fight her. She wants to hurt her. Because this is her indulgence. That is what Ruthless wants to do. And also, I will note one of Ruthless's transcendent abilities is this one's mine. Once you engage a foe, neither of you may back down until one of you is defeated. While you are engaged with your foe, only your rival can assist you, and other foes will not interfere. Your rival may take your place at any time, but must finish what you started. Upgrade to that is that in the intervening time between when I last forced Vic into a terrible quandary with this ability, I have also taken Relentless, which is, while transcended, each protagonist counts as your rival. I am transcended now. All of you are my rivals. All of you may interfere and assist me in beating the crap out of this person.
Okay, cool. Noted. All of this is going to be particularly juicy. Okay, you march your way up to Zenaida, and there's a thing that you specifically wanted to do in the interest of causing maximum pain. What's the action that you... What is the thing you specifically want to do to Zenaida right now?
Kat gets the sense that Ruthless is winking at her, even though Ruthless is not looking at her. And in a grand echo of the time that Kat gave her a backhand out of sheer disrespect, just to show that she didn't like her, Ruthless very neatly peels off the skin, the quartz skin of her left hand, and very neatly slaps Zenaida across the face with it. In the bitch slap no one saw coming move of the century. And then she casts the skin quartz glove aside, beams over at Deed, and says, "Do what you do best, love."
Zenaida pauses for a moment, actively, struck dumb by the act of being slapped. And then they turn back to you and they go, "It's a lucky shot. My turn." And they slap you. This is, unless you resist it, a godlike backhand. This is non-mortal. This is like Black Adam attempting to flick you on the forehead.
Yep, I'm happy to resist that.
Yeah, please.
So I used a reckless for that, so I only have the 1 die for resisting.
So, what if I resist for you?
I was going to volunteer as well.
Do you have a move that lets you do that, or?
I mean, I can protect an ally, right?
Oh yeah. Links can be spent to help reduce harm.
because I was thinking of just trying to resist the consequence for you, which looks like Deed break like almost Superman jumping from getting like crushed down to the floor, like breaking free enough to slam the shield up in front of the attack, and like, you know, maybe Deed gets thrown flying against the wall and like craters into it, but takes the blow for Ruthless.
I think that adds a little bit to their sparkling relationship.
Okay. So I'm gonna let you resist for this then, Vic.
All right. So if I'm resisting if I'm protecting somebody, I roll 4d6 because I have a 3 in Sun, and I have the special ability Watchful. When you protect an ally, take +1 to your resistance roll. I got a crit.
Beautiful.
Oh wow. Grand.
Oh, and I just said, do what you do best, love.
Just a moment. I have to redo everybody's video because of a blip.
Sorry.
It's okay. Da-da-da, da-da-da. And we're good. So yeah, when I believe in Girl by Moonlight as well, when you crit on a resistance roll, you regain 1 stress.
You do. Grand.
So yeah, I feel like maybe on a crit, D doesn't even get like flung.
Yeah. It just kind of just knocks off the shield that you had up. Weirdly, Zenaida's hand sounds like metallic solid against it, but still. And they glance at you out of the corner of their eye with like absolute disdain and goes, "Oh right, you think the power of friendship is going to save you now, don't you?" And then you both feel the grip of something slimy and wet grab you by both of your ankles each. I'm gonna need you all to make separate resistance rolls now.
Alright, I'm guessing this is resisting on my own.
Yep, resisting Sun.
Brandon?
Okay.
Are we resisting for Sun?
Yes, this is Sun.
A 4 and a 5 for me.
I did very badly.
I got 2, 4, and 6, so I spent 0.
That's a 2, a 1, and a 3.
Wait, am I also rolling? Sorry, I did not understand that I was also rolling.
Nina, I would also like you to roll, yes.
Okay, so I got a 5, so that means I take 1 stress, correct?
Remind me how this works again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How many dots you have in Sun, is that?
How many different actions you have in Sun?
Oh, different things. So it's max of 3 then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
That's a 6, a 5, and a 2.
Nice, cool. This sucks for Cat.
Go power of friendship.
Don't worry, Kat. If this is somehow fatal, I can
we have
intercede and
ways.
protect you.
We have ways and means.
Vic and Nina, you feel like these wet, slimy tendrils grab you by the ankle and pull, and you budge a little bit. You feel like if you weren't actively resisting this effort, it would have potentially dragged you all the way across the room. Ruth, You feel the exact same thing, and you feel this sudden push forward that makes you fall backwards on your back. But it doesn't hurt a lot. It just took you off your feet. Cat, you're taken out of the elevator and all the way to the other edge of this apartment, where if it weren't for the fact that the plate glass window that is this entire other wall was covered in wet goop, you would have slid all across this tile, bounced off the very sharp edge of a single tiled step right in front of the window, and then catapulted out of the window and fallen to your doom.
Am I taking harm from this?
You're just gonna take all of the stress. You're not gonna take any harm at the moment, but you're
And
gonna
how
take
many?
3. You're gonna take 3 stress.
Yeah, I'm going to save the ability for later and just take the stress.
Yeah, things are gonna get far more dire.
I can spend one of my links with you, Kat, and make it so that you only take 1. Your linked pro tag recover 2 stress.
Okay, yes, I would appreciate that.
Yep. So as you go flying, you see Ruthless's light crackle. Like she is physically furious that this has been done to you. And you're like, "Aw, she does care in a really fucked up way." And that makes it less
like you
stressful.
marginally less.
Yeah. So you take 1 stress.
Okay.
Nice. Nina, I would like you to give me a 1 die fortune roll.
Oh no. Okay, here we go.
You don't need to be worried about you.
Well, I'm worried about everybody else.
That I can't help with.
That's a 3.
Cool. You notice out of the corner of your eye, still in the elevator, that a wet orb of black fungus goo rises up from the edge of the elevator, makes a very large fist right to the left of Rüstem's face, grabs Rüstem by the head and throws him into the room.
Hey! I don't know what else to say. Like, what am I gonna do? I try to I jump to grab his legs, I guess? Like,
You
I don't
can
know how
make
fast
this as
my reflexes are.
I will say you can make this as a. This is an action. So I will need an action. I will need to give me an action roll for that. I was gonna say that could work as protect a teammate, but Rüstem is
he's
not
really
on
a
your
teammate.
team.
No, yeah.
He's on an escort mission at the moment. He's not.
He's
not
just
an ally.
some guy.
I feel like at best it's a defy roll. Because Nina is it basically is like her reflexes trying to grab for him, and I don't think that really qualifies as any of the other activities.
That definitely works.
Right.
That's risky standard. Yeah, risky standard.
Okay, defy, risky, standard. The 5?
Oh, nice. You
so basically, as soon as she sees the head thing grab him, she tries to then grab him also to keep him from being pulled, pushed, moved, whatever.
So you kind of catch this just as this gloopy arm wraps around his head. You manage to throw an arm ahead of him before it could move forward, and the hand responds by moving backward very suddenly, essentially slamming the back of Rüstem's head against the back of the elevator, and then trying to exert more force past you, and fails, but it still manages to shove you just enough forward that now both of you are outside of the elevator. Dreamshine Staffer number 2 picks the claymore up from the elevator again and rushes towards Rüstem as if to try to carve some of the ink off from the side of his face. Mina, give me a 1 die fortune roll.
Okay. That's a 6. Good job,
Nice.
Claymore
Oh,
guy.
yes.
Yeah.
It kind of peels all the way through it, and like it just kind of disappears in this like black hot mist. Rüstem is like gasping for air. At some point in the grab, it stopped being a hand and just started being this like dark orb surrounding his entire head. He probably was not breathing that entire time.
Nina whispers, "Are you a Rennie?"
All of us are creating this NPC's backstory right now, Brandon. Sorry.
The staffer kind of like tosses the sword up in the air such that it is twirling perfectly horizontally before catching it back by the handle, and goes, before I joined the armed forces, I did have some experience with a little bit of staged combat. Yes, ma'am. That's not gonna be weird, is it?
That's amazing.
Duly noted, ma'am. And you notice as he now rushes towards Zenaida, and Rüstem is rushing to his left-hand side to a room with sliding double doors that are presently closed and are covered with less goop than everything else, but still covered in goop. Any one of you can decide you want to assist any one of them in performing any action. Also, I will note, Dreamshine Staffer number 1 and Aisha are still in the elevator. And no one is presently with them at the moment.
Kat is like all the way on the other end of the room now from the elevator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that in relation to these doors?
These doors are like just in front of and to the left of the elevator, so you're on the other side of the room from them as well. Where you are, you can see very wet and dirty couches, the TV, the kitchen counter.
So it's me in the ocean of sludge.
Yes. And
Is
some
there
things
anything-
that would make poor weapons.
I was about to ask if anything mired in the sludge functions as an improvised weapon.
You could reach it. You could move towards the kitchen and try to get a knife, but first you'd have to move toward the kitchen.
Oh, no, a knife is close quarters combat, and I am no good at that.
Yeah, there are.
Fun fact,
there are
if you take a knife to a fight and you are not already really good at knife fighting, you are statistically way more likely to get yourself hurt than the other guy.
I will say, while this is also while this is also too close quarters to be of usefulness to you, there is on a mantelpiece dripping with like wet fungus pieces and stuff like that to your left hand side, like just between one of like the load bearing pillars of this penthouse, you see on the mantelpiece a shakujo that you can grab if you wanted to use that.
I strongly feel that hitting someone over the head with it while it happens like all the time in anime, would be actually pretty blasphemous and disrespectful.
It dawns on you in this moment, you have no
But-
idea why it might be on display in Rüstem's apartment in the first place.
Because white people love Oriental religious artifacts, Brandon. He probably also has a severed Buddha head in here somewhere.
Oh,
He is
Lord.
that kind of man.
Oh, Lord.
However, Kat will put her hand up for a card.
Aha!
Death by cards, yes!
Okay. You put your hand up for a card. Instead, a large golden rectangle appears right in front of your palm. I'm not going to make you roll for this. This is a thing that you already have. When you focus on the thing, you notice the grinning figure.
Mm-hmm.
You want to remind me what the reading was for the grinning figure?
I do, if I can find. All paths lead away from Greece.
You look at the grinning figure, and you notice that the texture of this card is a great deal glossier than it used to be, and you're not noticing the touch of any inlays on the back, which is usually incredibly ornate. When you turn it around, you see a photo of Zenaida. But it's doing this weird lenticular thing around their head. When you focus on Zenaida's head, there is still a head there. There's still a face there. It is decidedly not human. It is.
The card is still a form of paper-like material.
Zenaida's head is doing this weird thing where you are rapidly sensing more eyes than a head should have, but getting the impression you're not seeing all of the eyes, and it looks very round and wet and soft, and you're like getting this vague impression of like tendrils coming from the sides of it.
Oh, I
It does
think
make
it's
sense to
time
you.
for dream logic, don't I?
Oh ho.
Because what is symbolic is true. Kat folds and creases the card and uses her thumbnail and fingernail to like really get that crease in there. She rips the card, beheading the depiction of Zenaida on the card.
Ha 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 ha. Everyone in this room briefly sees like the space of reality that is directly between them and Zenaida kind of break, and Zenaida's entire form collapses into this large black goo. You actually see some of the rest of the mildew and sludge on the edge, on the very extremities of this room, kind of retreat a little bit, just as Zenaida does, and then, like all in very sudden, deliberate motions, that orb becomes a very sharp isosceles hedron, then becomes a very slim black line, and then shoots out in very sharp corners in every direction of the room, and you can hear this very sharp screaming from the very center of the room. Everyone.
And the bit where she's slooping herself back together, this means that it's now easier to move about because there's less goop to navigate.
Yes, very briefly. But now you have to move through the very sharp sound and the very sharp points that are being forced out of the very center of the room, where everyone is about to take a level 2 harm, stabbed several times.
Whoops, sorry.
I mean, when you
But-
bring a knife to a knife fight, it's a
Wait
rule
a
that everyone
second.
gets stabbed.
So hold on. I have so many links that are gonna get spent right now.
Uh-huh.
Are you
Everyone
kidding me?
needs
I'm
to
going to
resist, so you
start-
could just like pour
So-
out some.
Yes.
So this is
I'm also going to
everyone wants
spend a bunch
resist,
because I
but
caused this.
if you spend links on allies, they ignore 1 harm tag, and so at a minimum, this is going to be reduced.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about myself, but
Oh, you're
Okay,
fine. I have you covered. I'm going to spend links to reduce your harm.
Mhm. If you resist and then spend links for everyone else, then anyone can just spend links to drop your harm, your stress.
okay. So does
Of course I'm
everyone
gonna
have to
do that
resist
for
right
my
now? Is that
bestie.
what we're doing, or
No.
okay?
You will spend. Right. If I'm assuming 1 harm tag to be any harm tag regardless of its intensity. So all you have to do is spend 3. All you need to do is spend 3 social links, and then resist yourself.
Okay. Or if somebody else spends a link for me, then I don't have to resist.
I'm
because
spending
then,
a link for each of you. And if I spend a link for each person, does that essentially cancel the harm to Ruth and Vic? Because Nina and I both spent links?
Yeah. How does I don't think we've ever done this before.
Yeah, we've never done this. Can
Yeah,
we
we've
stack
never
it?
gotten this. We've never gotten this intense at this point before.
Yeah, they ignore 1 harm tag doesn't mean the same thing, I think, as we take away a harm tag.
No, right, yeah, you are correct. Ignore a harm tag means when you gain harm, it's also supposed to severely disable you during some actions, but you can spend a social link to act as if you do not have that harm.
Okay, so this is
You actually
so you
can't
cannot
spend them
spend the
to
link
undo.
to prevent it. So we just all have to try to resist then, or
Yeah,
we
everyone
take level
everyone
two.
has to resist.
So
but then
we all resist,
all
and
of-
we hold our social links to give people buffs later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Gotcha.
Understood. Okay, so this is a sun resist again,
yes, this is a sun resist.
or is there's no way to take an action to attempt to stop it, right?
Is resisting the act of attempting to not take the harm, and instead we take the stress, because that's how I understand the system.
Yes,
to work.
resisting is avoiding a harm and therefore taking stress,
Okay.
which represents the effort that you have exerted in order to not suffer harm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I crit again.
Oh,
God
good
damn,
lord!
Oh,
Gorgeous.
goodness.
Deed is just rolling
the
through.
tank.
I have a 5 and a 4.
I have a 1 and
Okay.
a 6.
Nice.
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 Oh my god.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
yes!
you're all doing pretty well,
the
honestly.
power of
We're all doing
friendship.
great. We're all doing
Cat.
great. Like, you only take 1 stress from that, Iori.
Yeah,
We
you only
all
take 1 stress gladly.
collectively
Beautiful.
notice the glass coming up, and we just like manifest carpet.
Deed still has shield up, so shield bounces off some of that damage.
Ruthless is already
Ruthless.
stoned anyway.
Ruthless also has shield up, so some of that just kind of sinks into the Micah again as well. Cat, you just kind of dodge into some wet sofa nearby, and it just kind of soaks up some of those stabs.
Can I nominate the phrase "dodge into wet sofa" as the best thing I've heard all year?
Oh, good lord. The year's only just begun. We have
The
so
best
many more
thing I've heard all
shenanigans to
year.
get
Dodge
into.
into wet sofa 2023.
Nina, you...
If you want, you can back me to the elevator. I don't know if you want to move me back that way, but that's an option.
No, you have this, like... weird moment of what is essentially supreme luck, where because Rüstem and Dreamshine Staffer number 2 were running at cross directions directly in front of your path, one does unfortunately strike Rüstem square in the right breast, and he just kind of tumbles and rolls down towards the right side of the apartment. And Renaissance Dreamshine Staffer deflects 2 like sharp points from Zenaida with the hilt of the claymore, and keeps rushing toward Zenaida's collapsing shape. As Zenaida kind of reforms solidly and is distinctly now taller and wider than they used to be before, and turns to Vic, because this would be the most impactful for Vic in this moment, and goes, "How does it feel to know what's really behind the curtain?" As they make to grab you again, not even paying attention to Dreamshine guy.
So Deed lets them grab her, because as Zenaida pulls Deed in, she says, "Oh child, you don't think my champion doesn't know everything about you already." And I'm going to invoke a flashback using dream logic to Vic having studied Zenaida, because of course they would have studied all the top Dreamshine staff. And I want to roll Analyze in a flashback montage to get an understanding of who this person is. Which is reading public and private records, sneaking into places, interviewing Dreamshine employees, because Vic, through this process, has also been helping Dreamshine employees try to build a union, which they alluded to earlier.
Noted. So, as a flashback, you have to take stress.
Yes. This is a substantive flashback. I accept.
Yeah, exactly. I think this has to be 3.
Gladly paid.
Oh my god. I want you to give me a fortune roll with as many dots that you have in Analyze as if transcended.
Okay. May I push?
You may.
All right. I will.
Or spend. Can I spend a social link maybe to assist in this, or is that not a thing that you can spend a social link on right now?
I'd say you can, yeah.
You can spend a social link to reduce Vic's stress, because
You can
Vic
also,
is taking very substantial stress right now.
Okay. You can grant 1d to an ally's action, but this is not for Analyze. Yeah. So I can maybe not help with the stress, but I can help with the Analyze potentially, because if you're doing all that work, like there might be dream sign stuff that I can get from inside the building. I don't know.
Yeah.
If not, then no, but
yeah, I'll give that to you.
All right.
I will spend a link then to reduce the stress of the flashback, at least, by saying that when Vic was going through all of these records, and in Dream Logic, which is a specific ability on our sheet that states, for those listening, when you trigger a flashback while transcended, you receive all applicable benefits of transcendence for any actions taken during that flashback. So I'm interpreting it here as Vic possibly, after one too many nights of reading extremely depressing stuff about all the terrible things that Zenaida has done, and, faltering a little bit in what the measly, squishy 4 of us could possibly achieve, maybe has a chat with Ruthless at some point, or chats with Ruth, and Ruth is a very blunt, straightforward person and helps dissect down the reality of, well, you can still do this, you still can't do that, and at the very, very, very worst, we can still punch her good.
Yep.
So that reduces the stress of the flashback.
Very cool. Also, I get plus effect when anticipating threats to the group. So this analyze should have plus effect.
It should.
Okay, so that's 2 for my analyze, 1 for an assist, and I have stress has been reduced. With that stress being reduced, I'm at 1, which means I can pay 2 to push, and I'm going to go up to 4d6.
Okay.
2, 5, 1, 6.
Good lord, these rolls, y'all. Okay, so because this is a flashback, and because we therefore need to qualify some weird shit, I'm gonna say this is information that you've actually gathered quite some time ago, and hadn't reasonably broached with at least the entire team before this point, because of how weird it is. You have spoken to several Dreamshine staff, several other adjacent conspiracy victims or survivors or people linked to those survivors, and other revolutionaries post one of your last survived kidnap attempts by the conspiracy. Because you recall very strongly that while you were still, like, very eagerly being hunted and captured and traded by the inner workings of the conspiracy, on a regular basis you would discover that people had conversations about the upper echelon of the conspiracy in ways that were so coded that they made no sense to you. People would have conversations about the upper echelon as if their intentions and procedures were nebulous to them, as if they had had internal conversations with superiors that were so troubling and anxiety-inducing that merely the act of asking them what it was like to be in the presence of a particular superior caused people to refuse to answer further questions, or just kind of collapse into like serious depression immediately after having that conversation with you. And whenever trying to find like official documents from organizational structures tied to the conspiracy about their interactions with the upper echelon of the conspiracy, they're either heavily redacted or, when not redacted, just kind of don't make sense. You have read documents from Dreamshine official laboratory storage facilities that read like SCPs. And that's when it occurs to you. You just kind of put it together in your own brain as like, I mean, we're going to the dreamscape on a regular basis and interacting with the fundamental internal unconsciousness of our entire city and perhaps all of its environs almost every night. It's not unlikely that we're dealing like with fucking aliens, is it? But that doesn't make any sense. How do I explain to my friends that we might be dealing with fucking aliens? You think we're dealing with fucking aliens. And you don't know what that means yet, because most of these documents can't actually reveal much detail, but the lack of detail heavily implies that something extra-dimensional or extraterrestrial is taking place, and is somewhat inherently responsible for interacting with the dreamscape as a physical capacity on Earth in the first place. That none of this would have happened if they never came here. But you've never seen one. But the documents heavily imply that some of them work for or are regularly present in Dreamshine. So you imagine that it was that Rüstem was working for something or in debt to something, and therefore could not be trusted, because obviously that meant he was in on the thing. It's piecing together for you now, seeing Zenaida in this moment. maybe Zenaida was really just placed here in this subordinate position of authority to Rüstem, really to monitor him the entire time. And now that you're seeing that they're not human, maybe this confirms all of your previous suspicions.
And so, we get the flashback. We get kind of the Vic talking to themselves. And Brandon, please veto this if you have other plans for the golden ticket. But Vic kind of visits the other Dream Knights in their dreams and leaves with each person a personalized note that's basically the if I die, here's all the information I have. And the one for Nina is encoded on the back of the golden ticket, because on the back of the golden ticket, it's a movie ticket, admit one, to the X-Files movie.
So I like this, and this is a part of the thing that I will use later. I will point out that is not... a thing is in mind for the golden ticket that we will witness very soon. But acknowledging that this is present is also very useful. So thank you so very much for that.
Yeah,
I will let that stand.
Because to me, I feel like I want to throw to probably Kat or potentially Ruth with, okay, here's a bunch of information, now you can do something with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm
game to figure out how that gets conveyed or was conveyed to somebody else, depending on what folks feel like they want to do next.
Brandon?
Yes.
How much of this information do I have access to from previous timelines?
Oh ho ho ho!
Give me a 1 die fortune roll.
Okay. None of it.
Good lord, I'm very sorry. So for that one that you rolled, remember, this is a conspiracy. It's constructed to be concealing for a reason. Even though you have confronted a great deal of some of the higher-ups and some of the greatest threats of the conspiracy in multiple timelines, and witnessed some city-ending or world-ending consequences in many of them, you have never gleaned this up to this point. The very first information you've ever had of this is seeing the grinning figure for the very first time.
I loved this. And now, Kat has context for a lot of the things that went bad in the last several tries.
Yeah.
It retroactively makes sense.
While this is happening, Renaissance Soldier is still rushing toward with a sword, and Rüstem is still running toward the side door. How do I make GM rolls here? You know what? I'm gonna ask you all to do it, because that's how Blades is supposed to be played. D, can I ask you to roll for our Renaissance Soldier?
Okay.
A 1 die fortune roll.
You can do it, Rennie.
Oh god.
That's a 6.
Yes!
Oh god, this guy is...
God bless!
We're keeping them.
We are keeping this person.
Because we're keeping them.
Some upbeat rendition of a Heather Dale Skadian song starts playing.
Cool, nice. You all say that you're keeping him. I hope that you all do the effort that is required to make sure nothing bad happens to him. He slashes upward across Zenaida's form, and it kind of sinks into like ink and like black sludge. But you see that it's also hitting some matter beneath that is still presenting itself as fairly humanoid. It draws red blood, cuts through what is supposed to still be cloth underneath. Zenaida like reels in pain and draws two large black orbs to either side of them, and then makes fists with their hands, and you see those orbs turn into large black rectangles, and both of them are set to collide at both sides of Rennie's torso. He's about to be crushed by a thing. I would like Deed again. I would like you to give me a 1 die fortune roll.
Okay. Sure thing. That's a 2.
Yikey. Those two flat, solid shapes collide with him at the hips, and he kind of goes down like a stone. He just kind of hits the ground face first immediately after being crunched at both sides with those shapes. He looks fine, but he also looks like he took quite a blow in that moment. He's not going to get up for a while. Nina, I'd like you to give me a 2 die fortune roll for our friend Rüstem.
Oh dear. Okay. It's a 3 and a 4.
You see him grab at the handles of the sliding double doors of this room, just as Zenaida wraps like several tendrils across the length of his legs and drag him all the way back to the other end of the room, so solidly that you hear him like slam against the other wall, and you hear something crack. But he's pulled so suddenly from the door that you see that one of the doors is now ajar, and in it you can see piles and piles of books. Nothing in that room seems dirty, as far as you can see.
So in the midst of all this chaos and seeing that the person who seems most capable of fixing all of this, because he actually knows how to fix all of this, has just had a reaction to being manhandled, Ruthless is going to draw upon the information that was passed to her through Ruth by Vic when they were doing their research, and also from the silhouette of, I guess, the card when Zenaida's form shifted. And she is going to once again hurt Zenaida in the deepest way she possibly can. And she is just going to pull her fist back and put it right through Zenaida's head. And when she pulls it back out, just drags all those grinning teeth with it.
Okay.
And as she does this, she looks to Deed and says, Rüstem's fallen, get this done.
Okay. I just want to clarify, how many transcendent actions do you still have? Ruthless?
I think, depending on how you want to clarify how much of this has been all indulgence, I have anywhere from 2 to all of them.
Okay. Noted. This is gonna be grand. Give me a roll for the thing.
So I'd like to roll Defy for this.
Mm-hmm.
What is my position?
Your position is risky, but
Okay.
your effect is great.
Okay. And I think I'd like to push myself for this.
Okay.
And Ruthless's third and final transcendent ability is Brutish. When you push yourself, choose one of the following additional benefits. Perform a superhuman feat of physical force. Destroy an obstacle between you and your rival. I would like to take the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Works for
imagine
me.
putting my arm through Zanaida's head is going to be technically a superhuman feat of strength.
Mm-hmm.
So I am rolling 5d6. Oh, improper command. Roll 5d6. Oh my god, that's 3 6s, a 5, and a 4.
Yo.
Good lord.
Anger crit.
So, like, super crit?
Good lord. God. There is. I can't even remember. I can't even remember what anime this is, but there's a scene from an anime where a guy gets punched in the face so hard that it stops being color and starts being black and white. That's how hard you hit Zenaida just now. Like, you didn't just upset their reality by hitting them. You upset the dream by hitting anyone that hard in the dream in that moment. Like, everything kind of rattles around you. And when you pull back your fist, you have like not any part of the physical form of Zenaida or this other stranger form. But you pull like a pile of matter. Like you have what seems to be like crumpled up dollar bills and very small diamonds and like someone's knitting needle. Like you pull out like large clumps of things that you couldn't have potentially just grabbed in that moment, are all in your hand right now, and you look at it like, where is all of this coming from? And just by touching them, you know this is coming from other people's dreams. You have in your hands the things that give people joy or comfort or relief in the world. And you just pulled it out of your enemy. What do you think that means?
Because this is Ruthless. Ruthless thinks she has ruined something. Ruthless thinks she feels powerful. And Ruthless thinks she feels fucking transcendent.
Yeah. You feel two wet, slimy hands grab you by the side of your head, and Zenaida's rapidly increasing in size head is now inches away from your face as she says, "You think you can take this from me? I've been planning this for ages. We have been slowly consuming this weak, soft world of yours. There's nothing you can do here that can stop that." And is about to bring your head down towards the tile. Are you gonna resist that?
Well, I'm going to resist that by hitting her again.
You know what? I'm gonna give it to you. Yes, please.
So what do I roll for this? Just a regular resist?
No, because you say you wanna hit Zenaida again, I'm gonna make this another action.
Okay.
So give me another D5. It is controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Controlled standard.
Controlled standard and
Because of the result of that last conflict.
okay.
Are you still pushing yourself, etc.? Or is this coming back down to what? 3 dice? 2 dice?
I think because I specifically am doing this to buy Deed time to help Rüstem do whatever it is that he needs to do, yes, I'm going to push myself again.
Okay.
So 5d6. A 6, a 3, a 4, a 2, and a 4.
Okay. Still a success. Just as Zenaida is bearing to like twist your head back down, you essentially kind of uppercut them before they can make more motion. They just kind of stir a little bit and let go of you. And then they let out this very loud shriek, and everybody is about to take a level 1 harm dream stun unless they resist.
I'm going to resist.
I shall also resist.
Is this sun again for everybody?
This would be Moon, I think?
If the consequence is despair, then it's Moon.
Yeah, this would be Moon.
Okay, how many of those do I have? Ooh!
Not my strong suit either.
That was a 3.
3 and 2.
Oh, that's a 1, and unless I get a whole bunch of links, I am going to hit Eclipse.
2 and 2. Ouchies. I will de-eclipse you.
Okay, so I take... Hang on. I rolled a 1, so that means I take 5 stress, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I have 3 left, so I need a minimum of 3 left in order to not hit Eclipse. Like, a minimum of 3 stress taken away.
I have 3 links I can spend, unless we're not allowed to spend more than 1 link at a time.
Oh no, yeah, you can...
For each link, I recover 2 stress, so I'd only need to take 2 links.
Oh, so it's just 2 links then. Okay.
Yeah, and then I take away
2
4.
links it is.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap.
Okay. So Nina takes 4 stress. Vic takes 3 stress.
Actually,
Kat takes...
I only take 2 because of Indomitable.
Aha, right, noted. And Kat takes 3 stress. Is anyone in Eclipse at this moment?
I'm 1 away from it.
I'll give you my last link with you, so you take away 2.
Okay.
Okay.
We are pep talking the hell out of each other.
A total of 6 stress.
Mm-hmm. So while this is happening, Deed, you've been given an order, and Rüstem is dazed and confused, but also presently so are you.
Yeah, because like I imagine during this time, like Deed has still being choked out by Zenaida because I didn't resist like getting pulled in when I was leading into the analyze flashback.
Mm-hmm. You're just kind of in Zenaida's grasp nearby at the moment. You're not in focus, so if you wanted to try to like cut yourself free, that's a thing that you could do.
So I want to set somebody else up to actually do the killing blow, which means I think Deed like gets pulled in close and close and close, and their sword kind of melds back into like a gauntlet, and she reaches into the center of Zenaida and basically tries to rip open part of their existence to reveal a weak spot. As I kind of literalize all this information that I have learned about Zenaida and this conspiracy, I want to set somebody up for a move by creating a vulnerable spot using Defy.
Okay. Risky standards.
Okay. So I've got 2 in Defy. This is not gather info, so I don't think there's any of those things. But I will go ahead and push. So that will take me to 3d6.
How far away are you from Eclipse at this moment?
I'm at 7 of 9, but it's fine.
Okay, noted.
No.
There is supposed to be a slash there.
There was 5, 5, 4.
Okay, this is enough for you to get some parts of that. So you reach into the form of Zenaida and pull out like someone's letter to an Ivy League school and a deed to a new home, and like all kinds of other weird things that shouldn't fit all the way in your hand, but you've pulled them all the way out of this. And you see, like, just above Zenaida's navel is like this pulsing kind of core of black light that seems to be like holding the rest of their form just kind of outside of its periphery, as if it is a center of gravity that is also not supposed to be touched by anything. And I want to say in this moment that a thing happens. A collection of details all kind of suddenly flow forward. Nina. I would like you to give me a fortune roll that is 1 die for every dot that you have in any action.
Like all my dots together, including transcendent dots, or no?
A dot for every action that you have.
Okay, so just 1 dot for every. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I include transcendent dots or no?
No.
So 5. Okay, so 1 5-die fortune roll. Okay, here we go. That is a 4, a 3, a 5, a 5, and a 6.
So, things are falling apart all around you. One of the strongest and bravest people that you have ever met is currently in the grasp of large black slime. The other strongest person that you've ever met in your life is like wiping black sludge off of her hands and briefly thoroughly disoriented by being severely manhandled by large black sludge right in front of her. A guy with a sword who convinced you very early on in this escapade that he's a very skilled combatant is lying on the ground like a defeated Power Ranger. Rüstem is dazed and confused on one edge of the room. And while you're like still ahead of everybody else, you are one of the only people who still has the wherewithal in this moment, no matter how intense this space is at this moment, to look back behind you, because Aisha is still in the elevator and is frightened to all hell. None of this makes any sense to her. She's worried for her brother. She's worried for you. She's confused by Zenaida. She's confused by this room. You can tell that she feels a lot of fear and shame and doubt about the fact that some part of this has something to do with her, and this is giving you all kinds of feelings in this moment. You hear a voice in the back of your head. It says something to you, but you can't make it out. You get the impression that something has to be done in order to hear it clearer. Zenaida turns to Vic with absolute hatred in their eyes, and you see 3 new arms sprout out from the top of their shoulders. And instead of 4 arms, there are large chainsaw blades there instead. And each of them is about to make a swing. One at Vic, one at Deed, one at Ruthless, and one at the couch right in front of Cat. I would like each of you to make a protect roll for someone else and tell me who.
I am making a protect roll for Vic.
Vic, who are you making a protect roll for?
Deed is going to be protecting Ruthless since they're right next to each other, I think.
No.
Oh god.
Protect someone else, don't protect me.
All right, so then Deed throws the shield that blocks the attack that's going to go after Cat.
Okay. So Ruthless is just gonna take the blow?
So I have pathetic. When you gather info, you can always ask, where's my rival? What are they doing for free? If your rival is about to suffer fatal harm or fall into eclipse, you can choose to be there and protect them regardless of circumstances.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna exert the will of God in this moment as stage manager. These 3 blades are now swinging very rapidly toward you all. Cat, almost instinctively, you find yourself kind of reaching back into time as if to try to find the exact moment when none of this is supposed to happen, specifically to Vic. Which is now becoming so much more difficult for you to focus on, not just because a chainsaw blade is also still rapidly barreling toward you, but because there is some interference in your ability to see it, because it is also being actively engaged upon by Ruthless. So it's also rushing toward Vic in this moment. Vic, Deed, without even focusing on the catastrophe that is rushing toward you and everybody else's attempts to be your savior, you kind of slide your shield perfectly vertically across the tile toward Cat. In this moment, Nina, you watch this entire thing unfold, and a part of you is going, none of this is going to happen in time. Everything is gonna go poorly here. And if I can't do anything about it, I'm going to lose all of these people who matter the world to me. And just as you say that, you are the only person to notice in the heat of all of this one more arm, very sharp, black, bladed, thrusting appendage that is rushing past you to the right side. Whether it's going to hit Rüstem or someone else, you don't know.
So that particular blade is the only one I can reach, I assume.
You can respond to this in this moment. In the back of your head, you hear that voice getting louder, but not clearer.
She takes it. Just steps directly into the path of it.
Everyone else, as you're doing this, first Vic turning just, the first deed turning just a hair to the side to just kind of focus on everything else that is happening to the right side and catching Nina in the periphery. Then Ruthless, turning just the same to the left to focus on Vic and catching this other thing happening in Nina's direction. And then Kat, looking just over the couch, over the rift in time right in front of you, and seeing another appendage just out from the edge of Zenaida's torso rush towards something in the elevator's direction. You all see Nina shift to the right as this bladed form is about to stab Nina right in the solar plexus. Nina, you hear someone's voice. It's soft but clearer now. What is the very first thing that your avatar tells you?
Be brave.
You hear that and just kind of act. You rush towards this thing and it really does hit you square in the chest. You feel immediately cold. You have, a part of you is like, why on earth did I just do this? But the rest of you is like, I know why. The reason why you did it is not because you were afraid that it might hit Rüstem. You did it because you were absolutely sure that it was going to hit Aisha and didn't want that to happen. And you hear this voice go, in truth, I don't know why I ever doubted that you had it in you. I just wish it didn't take so long. And you feel in this moment your body fill with light. From this central wound, no longer feeling cold, but now incredibly warm and bright, as something else takes over you. While that is happening, you feel as if your consciousness is somewhere else. You are in the fanciest room that you've ever seen in your life, filled with books and like a silver tea tray with warm tea actually waiting there for someone, and this wonderful wooden desk with these stacks of papers on it. And as you focus on these stacks of papers, you notice that each one of these sheets of paper is a single moment that you felt embarrassed or ashamed. And on the other side of this desk, someone shoves all of these reams of paper. Reams of paper so tall that they're obscuring whoever was sitting on this table. And shoving past it is your avatar. What does your avatar look like?
Okay, I'm gonna save this because I want to go back to that moment where Nina is stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will describe the avatar when she appears back in the room, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll just have this conversation then.
So we'll have that conversation. We can do a flashback, but if you want.
No. Yeah. So right now we can save the reveal, but you're still in this room with the avatar.
So yeah, we will save the reveal then.
As the avatar turns to you and goes, "I've been waiting here forever. I don't know what your deal is, but are you ready to make this thing happen?"
Yeah, I am.
Good goddamn. And they rub their hands together. And suddenly they're putting their hands on the edge of the table of the desk in front of them and leap all the way over the desk and are now running toward the door. And as they exit the door is the exact same moment that your form in the dream starts to physically change.
So here's what happens. There's a moment when Nina is stabbed when it feels like everything stops. The dream is just shocked by this somehow and just takes a breath. And Nina says, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt." And then disappears. Just gone.
Everybody else sees that happen, and Aisha starts crying in the elevator.
Then a disembodied voice says, be bold, but not too bold. That's advice for fairy tales. Though I suppose we've all played pretend as much as anyone who steals blood-stained keys to find out what's behind a mystery door. A door appears right behind the disgusting many-armed figure and opens, and out steps a tall woman, much taller than Nina, wearing a dress with military-style buttons along one side, knee-length skirt with a layered tulle underskirt that makes it flare out, tall boots, gloves up to her elbows, jaunty top hat with a peacock feather. All of her clothing is glowing in bright neon colors, like she is standing under a black light in a dark room. Her face is also painted with makeup that glows like her clothes. She looks almost like Nina, but older, more mature, more confident. Her smile is huge. And she says, "Turns out what's behind the mystery door is me, and I'm not afraid of a little blood." And then her nails grow to ungodly lengths. She just reaches in front of this many-armed creature and cuts every arm off.
I love this so much. What is your avatar's name?
My avatar's name is Atrevida.
Aha, I love this so very, very much. So, Atrevida reaches forward against Zenaida's form with these two clawed hands and just rends every tendril that is leaking off of Zenaida's body just clean off the rest of her form. And it happens so suddenly and so viscerally that Zenaida, who was hovering before, is now forced to the ground. Everybody who was previously in their grasp also now falls to the ground. Um, you notice Rustum, who was looking in the direction of where Nina would have been the entire time with like wide eyes, just having seen someone be decimated by the dream, turns to Aisha in the elevator and then turns to Atrevida and gives you a nod of assurance as if to let you know, thank you for making sure nothing happened to her. And goes back to rushing towards those double doors on the left hand side. All of you see Zenaida's head turn 180 degrees to face this new avatar on the other side of the room and go, where did you come from?
I was here the whole time, baby.
Of course you were. And a large, black, gloopy fist rushes towards your head.
All right, so I still haven't used the ticket, or have I used the ticket, by the way? Because
Would you like to make an action? Is the answer that I have to this question.
okay, so it's going to I have a couple of different options here. I have technically already used an action. My transcendent ability number 1, the big reveal. And so appear at any point in any place at any time. So that's I have done the I will read the text of the big reveal though, which is the moment you transcend, you may choose to immediately disappear and may reappear at any time in the place of your choosing. So that was why I reappeared behind her. And so now I can use one of my other transcendent abilities. I now have lost only mortal, but I now have gained hero's destiny. You have embraced your heroic destiny. You gain increased effect when fighting your most dangerous foes. Gain +1 to you in rolling eclipse. You may only transcend when an ally suffers consequence from an action. I have already done that. And then immediately mark 1 transcendent ability in your playbook when you gain this ability. So I now have another transcendent ability because I had already taken the other one, but I couldn't use it yet because I couldn't transcend. My other transcendent ability is, watch this. Watch this says, when you push yourself, choose one of the following additional benefits. Perform a superhuman feat of athletics. Deliver a monologue without anyone interrupting you.
Wow.
So, if this is the time when I absolutely need to delay this character, then I will perform a monologue. If it's not time for that yet, I'm gonna hold that back.
This is
if
grand
this is the
enough
moment
time.
of truth.
Okay. So please deliver your monologue.
So Atrevida basically kind of puts her hands up and is like, 1 second. You've been talking a lot of crap so far today, and I have had to listen to all of it. Let me tell you, not fun, deeply embarrassing for all of us, frankly. Here's the thing. Look at this poor soul over here, points at Euphony. This empty place in their chest. It sucks, right? It sucks to feel empty like that. And it sucks that they have been brought to this place where they feel like they have to do everything alone. Let me tell you something. It's brave to care about others when you're told to care only about yourself. It's brave to help others when you're told they don't deserve to be helped. It's brave to reach out to others for help when you're told they can only succeed alone. It's brave to live sincerely in a world of pretense and artificiality. It's brave to love others in a world of hate. It's brave to find joy in pain. It's brave to fight if you can, but it's also brave to survive. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is exist in defiance of people like you who want us to disappear. No darkness can ever be complete as long as there is one single light. Takes her top hat off, aims it like a spotlight. There is literally a light coming out of the top hat. It's like blinded by the light. Monologue complete. Hope I bought enough time for Rustin to make it to the room.
A series of things happen in this moment. Oh my god, I love this so very much. So, one, it is of note that neither Euphony is in this room in this fight. When you reveal Euphony during this monologue, you actually open a very small rift window to the other side of the elevator, where both Euphonies are still waiting on the other floor. When you interrupted them, essentially, they were having a conversation. The Euphony that came with you was very, vigorously, almost sorrowfully, shaking the other Euphony by the shoulders, and being utterly frustrated by the fact that this other Euphony was looking at them totally totally expressionlessly, and not understanding something that you did not hear by the time that you had interrupted them. And they turn to you during this monologue like, what the hell is this rift? Who are you? Where is this? How can we see and hear you? What's happening here? But they can't interrupt you because that's the thing. And that conversation happens. And then you, Atrevida, are the first to notice. Because you summoned this rift to be able to see the thing. That the Euphony that was in the dream, the Euphony that you all met in your respective holes, starts becoming more solid. And in that moment, you notice a single tear roll down one of their eyes. And they reach out for the very edges of this rift. And they shout at all of you, I'm so very sorry that this happened to you before the rift starts to close. And all of you get this sense in this moment that this is the purest conversation that you've ever had with Euphony in your entire life. That the thing that they're ultimately telling you is, I'm sorry that I put you in the position where this is a thing that had to happen to you. But I am so very proud of the people that you have become as a result of my folly. And then the rift just kind of closes. And while that's happening, you hear the strong whistling wind sound on the other side of that rift. And Atrevida, you notice that both of these forms just kind of click together into one solid body. And just before that rift closes, you see this small sliver of gold rush through the hole. And it just kind of unravels into this large golden rectangle. And when you grab it, it turns into a sword made of pure light. It's like 13 feet long, as wide as your head. Not as Nina's head, as Atrevida's head. And when it forms, its blade just rushes through Zenaida's forehead. And all of the mildew and moss and weird sludge in this room kind of falls limp. You hear this intense screaming sound from right at the tip of your blade as whatever is left of Zenaida Metaxa starts wriggling for life again. And then there is a burst of light in the room. Nina, you are the first to wake up. You are in the room where you first found Aisha Demir. The large, boundless study in this apparent greenhouse surrounded by the most beautiful flowers. And in it, you notice there's really nothing special about any of these books, you know. I mean, they're books. You're so very glad that Aisha Demir is so fascinated by books so much that this would be her dreamscape. But nothing strikes you as noteworthy. And this is important because it's only when you get here that you realize, oh, right, there were books in the other place as well. That's probably what Rüstem was about to do. That's why we're here. So it stands to reason that if we're in the dream, it's to do something with one of these books. But they're just books, y'all. I mean, Aisha has some good taste, but I don't know. And then you see a sliver of paper underneath a glass case start glowing with this like bright silver embering glow. Do you walk towards the piece of paper?
Yeah.
You walk towards it, and when you get up from the floor that you were lying on, you also realize in this moment as you're going towards here that you have the urge to reach out to your friends and go, hey, I think a thing is happening here. You are the only person in this room.
I was about to ask, I'm like, wait, am I alone? Am I not alone?
You go up to this piece of paper and you notice in this ornate glass case, seems like it was prepared for a museum or something like that. There is one torn sheet of composition book paper. In it, in handwriting that you can barely make out, is a poem. And looking at it, you get the impression, just by putting two and two together in this room, Aisha wrote this poem. And it speaks very glowingly about someone who the persona of this poem considers the light of their life, the reason why they feel so motivated to be the best person that they can be. You get this vague impression. It kind of sucks because every time that we've met this guy, he's kind of been an ass. But if this is for Rüstem Demir, that's kind of sweet. And when you have that thought, you hear a click from the glass case and you notice that you can in fact open it if you wish.
She opens it.
The sheet of paper rises very slowly out of the case. The edges of it just like letting off these beautiful slivers of silver embers as it slides out from under the glass and then rushes out of the door behind you at top speed.
I run after it. This is clearly important. I cannot lose this thing.
You have the intention to do so, and almost instinctively, you put your hand on the piece of paper, and it just kind of takes you throughout the dream. And you notice you are traveling the entire full length of the dream. You are literally floating across a dream-shaped simulacra of the earth, as this piece of paper takes you from a study in a large manor style home in Turkey, all across the Black Sea, deep past Europe into the Atlantic, and then suddenly just hovering over Cloud Harbor. The sheet of paper kind of pauses for a bit as you catch your breath at the top speed that you were just manifesting this travel at, as if the piece of paper is attempting to look for something in 3D space. and then it aims down and shoots toward Cloud Harbor, breaks through a window of the mirror door, and um, like hovers right in front of Aisha, just close enough that she could read what is written on this piece of paper. Everyone else, you notice very briefly, you saw Nina was here and then Nina was not here. And then someone you've never met before in your life was here and stabbed Zenaida Metaxas square in the forehead with a golden sword and then disappeared again. And now Nina's back.
Are we all more or less still in the exact tableau of attempting to save each other? Because things happen so fast?
In the midst of being like surrounded by white light, Vic and Ruth, your avatars briefly undo themselves, and then you both just kind of headbutt each other while still in movement.
Briefly, or do they go away entirely?
They go away entirely. You are now all untranscended in this room. Excuse me.
So we headbutt each other, which is really impressive because we're different heights in the real world. And when this happens, Ruth like shoves Vic back and then catches them because he shoved them a little bit too hard and goes, "That wasn't a kiss." And then looks over at Nina and says, Ruthless says, "Hi, little sister. It took you long enough."
Yeah. That's okay, though. There's no rush.
He realizes he's still holding Vic's hand and, like, flings it down.
Cat from behind the couch says, "One rush. We really, really are going to have to do laundry after this."
No.
And like Zenaida sludge is dripping out of her hair by this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nina's looking at Aisha. Is she okay?
Aisha is okay. In fact, Aisha gets up off of, like, crouching in the corner of the elevator and is focusing intently on this sheet of paper in front of her and goes, "Where did you find this?"
It was in a room full of books and flowers.
You hear, like, the kind of, like, rapid scrambling that is only, like, easily replicable in the real world by the sound of a raccoon digging in trash as Rüstem Demir kind of rapidly tries to get up off the ground and rush towards the elevator to make sure that Aisha is okay. And just as he turns to you to thank you for saving her life, he looks down at the sheet of paper and goes, What's this doing here? Did you take this with you when you got here? Or how did you find this?
Magic.
Right, God, dream. And he looks down at it, and you can see that almost imperceptibly from a great distance, but you can notice, because you're very close to him, you can notice that he is in fact crying. And he turns to Aisha and goes, I I'm sorry. I thought that I thought that being successful and having all of these things would make us all happy, would make it so that we would always be together, and it kept bringing us apart, and I thought that I was gonna lose you. And he turns back to the sheet of paper that you are still holding in front of Aisha, and he gently takes it from you and goes, a long time ago on vacation, I didn't care that you loved me as much as I loved you or wanted to love you, and you came to me and wrote this poem, this absolutely sweet thing, and I was so busy going to parties and entertaining people who didn't matter at a hotel pool that I lost this and never even cared about it, and here it was the whole time, waiting for me here with you. I thought I was gonna lose everything that was about you, Aisha, and I'm glad that I didn't. And he just kind of like curls all of himself around her with the deepest and richest of hugs and turns back to you, Nina, and gives you this very stern nod as you can see tears streaming down his face. And then the elevator doors burst open behind you as someone has kicked them inward, and on the other end is Euphony, now fully whole, who grabs Dreamshine Staffer number 1 by her collar and goes, "Is everyone ready to go the fuck home now?"
Ruth pulls out the really ugly pocket watch that Calendrin gave him and says, "We'll take our own way home, thanks."
Oh, oh, you have a watch. So that means you could say, "It's time to wake up."
Ruth actually smiles.
Aisha and Rüstem, both obviously in tears, give the most awkward laugh. And this is where we cut very slowly to our epilogue. Some time has passed since these shenanigans. When you all re-emerged from the dream, you were alerted of the weirdest occurrence that afternoon while you were all gone. Dreamshine Technologies' new AI program that was supposed to revolutionize the way that people do public commerce activated, and there was this weird digital glitch that kind of affected people's ability to engage with most public technologies for a good 24 minutes. Traffic lights were disabled, no one could connect to the internet, phone lines were down. It's like this big EMP had triggered everywhere. And people are noting in some conspiracy message boards that while that was happening, a lot of people noted that they felt far more drowsy than they ever felt in their entire life, but also felt like there was this voice behind them that was telling them that they absolutely positively should not sleep under any circumstances. A couple of people unfortunately did in fact take this moment to take a brief nap. Many of them are now weirdly in the hospital with an inexplicable illness that seems to be rendering them severely comatose, even though their brain activity is actually remarkably high. Lots of medical professionals are severely baffled by this and have since insisted, as a matter of public safety, that no one should interact with any Dreamshine Technologies apps or other pieces of tech that require them to be in direct physical contact or direct eye contact with those with those pieces of technology for large periods of time, presuming that there's some psychosomatic effect that still needs to be observed. While that's happening, Vic, you get a message from a couple of other revolutionaries that you've never really spoken to, like recent recruits who you never had the immediate opportunity to chat with, who got your number from love, and note very idly in some very cryptic texts that something really weird went down the other afternoon, and they acted on the previous information that you had given them, that there is something uniquely peculiar about the conspiracy in a way that cannot be corporeally described.
Right.
And took advantage of the chaos to strike some primary conspiracy adjacent warehouses and got away with large piles of contraband. Like stockpiles of weaponry, large metal caches full of books that were so very intensely banned that there are copies of books here that even you don't know the name or backstory of. Like piles of cash and gold numbering in the 8 figures, and have moved it to a secure location based on advice that you had given in a previous meeting a long time ago. And they just wanted to check in on you to make sure whether you are safe.
I think the first thing Vic says is good job. And the next thing that they say is, now the real work begins. And then like a date and coordinates.
You put that in the chat, and everyone like replies immediately to that coordinate message. With like there's this long row of fist emojis in the chat now. As we cut to Ruth. Monsieur and Roses is getting its window repaired.
I completely forgot. We destroyed that one.
But when you get there, you're like a part of you is like, where did the money for the window come from? And another part-timer at Monsieur like rushes past the counter and nudges you in the shoulder and starts pointing at the window and goes, "Hey, did you hear?"
No.
Of course you didn't hear. You don't pay attention to these kinds of things. Apparently, I just mean you don't care about pop culture stuff. I mean, Rüstem Demir is paying for our window.
Fuck him and his money.
I mean, yeah, but also like he's never been. Have you ever seen Rüstem Demir come to this shop? I don't know why he cares. It's funny, right? It's weird, right?
He cares because I can put his fucking head through it. And maybe I will, so he can buy us another fucking window. Welcome
this
to
part-timer
Roses.
is slowly backing away from you as you are taking this order. As this line of customers is forming at the counter, you see on the other end of the on the other glass window, far from the entrance, you notice Dice is knocking on the glass.
Ruth is going to ignore the hell out of him.
He knocks harder. He's now tapping on the whole glass with both of his hands.
Good. Ruth will continue ignoring him until that fucking thing breaks.
You notice Ruth sigh, and then come across to the entrance, walk in. Dice grabs, like climbs over the counter, grabs you by your wrist, and is now dragging you to the back kitchen.
I bite him.
He continues dragging you.
I continue biting him.
He gets into the kitchen, closes the door, and then straightens up while your teeth are still attached to him somewhere.
His arm.
Mm-hmm. And he just kind of straightens up and kind of looks at you.
I think about it, and then I detach my teeth from his physical being. And I say, "Welcome to Monsieur and Roses. What is your fucking order?"
He wipes a bit of the spit and drawn blood from your bite off of his arm. And he just keeps looking at you. Like, very intensely.
Ruth continues staring at him, and when this goes on for about 45 seconds, Ruth says, "Do you want your stupid watch back? I can give you your stupid watch back."
You say that, and he immediately responds by hugging you.
Disgusting!
You say that, and he hugs you even harder.
Dice does not let you go.
God fucking damn it.
And he just kind of sits, he just kind of takes this in for a moment, and then he whispers very softly, "Thank you for putting up with all of this."
Oh, so you're saying all of this is your fault?
He straightens up a bit, but doesn't stop hugging you and says, "Some of it. But you didn't have to. I'm just. You could have not been here anymore, and that's not what I want. So I want to fix what I did." Then he goes back to hugging you very tightly.
Ruth attempts to break this really fucked up stranglehold that Calendrin has on him.
Give me a defy roll. Your position is desperate and your effect is limited.
Fucking hell, I only have 2 dice when I'm untranscended. That's a 1 and a 4.
The more you struggle, the tighter he hugs you.
Ruth finally shouts at the top of his lungs, "You were dropped on your head as an infant!" Loud enough for everybody in the front to hear this through the door.
You hear the clattering of glass and china somewhere inside the actual store, but you have no idea who's responsible for that. And we cut from that scene very immediately to Kat. Kat, where are you? You lost your job. And you didn't take the new one.
In her apartment, gathering up all these goddamn cards that she has amassed over the course of this adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And she is carrying them to her kitchen. And she turns on her gas burner.
As you do that, just as it clicks on, you notice that all of these cards in your grasp are actively wriggling to get free of you. And as they like successfully slide out from your fingers, they just kind of disappear into space, into like straight lines. All of them just kind of rush off in multiple directions and disappear, except for one. Give me a 1d99 roll.
What's a 72 get me?
This is interesting. 72. So the card that is remaining, a card that you hadn't thought about the entire time, a card that was not your concern up until this moment, until that you're now looking at it, is a card from the Curtain suit. It is called the Missing Person. You recall that you had drawn this card a long time ago. Before we had even gotten to this point. Before Rüstem Demir even announced the Eye was going to be live. Even before Euphony had split themselves. You drew this card and it told you what it was, but you couldn't see any of its art. Not that there was no art on the card, but it seemed remarkably, curiously hazy. But now that you can look at it, you notice that there is a photo on this card. It was a photo of people that you did not know beforehand, mildly blurred out, and with an obvious cutout where someone's face was supposed to be, now being obscured by first the shape of their head being removed, and second, this large black bar essentially censoring the fact that something had been cut out from it. And that as it starts to get less blurry, you recognize one of these faces in this photo. There is a small, brown-haired, dark-skinned girl in this photo who strikes you as a very young Aisha Demir. And that's when it occurs to you. This missing person must be, and that's when the black bar kind of fades off from the photo and a head kind of stitches itself into the hole where that cutout was. And you see Rüstem Demir in a purple polo and khakis on what seems to be vacation with a young Aisha, two other young female figures, and an elderly male and female figure. This photo is the first time that you've seen Rüstem Demir seem goofy in your entire life. He seems like he's actually enjoying himself doing something, and he's surrounded by people who seem to be happy and comfortable and pleasant. And a part of you that you may feel ashamed of having this thought or not at your leisure is like, it'd be really nice to meet this Rüstem Demir on a regular basis. This Rüstem Demir seems actually nice. And then this photo, this card, just kind of trembles a little bit in your hand, and then you can see from the edges of it, it just kind of starts erasing from reality. Thread by thread, as if being literally slowly unraveled at the edges until it turns into nothingness in your hand. As this is happening, your regular newspaper delivery lands on your doorstep outside as the camera pans out of your apartment and notices that while it did not land on the headline of the front page, there is a small preamble to an entertainment section article excuse me, an entertainment section article further in the paper about how Somnio, which was previously in debt so severely that it may have potentially entered into insolvency, had just been bought by a mysterious benefactor and is now under renovation. As we cut to Nina Lopez, who has just been informed via email that she has lost both of her jobs. Where are you when you hear this news?
She's standing at the place that she goes to think, which is at the dead end of a street in between two buildings, overlooking Cloud Harbor, the water.
Does any of the rest of them know that you come here to think, or is this your own personal private place?
I don't think anyone knows about this. I'm trying to remember if she told Ruth about it at some point, or Kat, in one of the previous episodes, but I don't think so, because I think this is where she comes to be alone.
Cool. Which is nice, because it means that you are going to talk to someone. In the back of your mind, almost as if there is a ledge in a space in your brain where they can sit, Atrevida appears and whispers to you, "Was that fun or what?"
It kind of was.
See, and you thought that this was gonna go badly.
I mean, it did go badly, but then it went okay.
Exactly. And that's because of you. Well, me, I did all of the work, but if you didn't call me, I wouldn't have.
You don't have a phone.
You hear a very loud gong in your head that you imagine is the sound of Atrevida flicking you on the forehead. As she says, "You can call me anytime you want, silly. And I hope that you do very, very often, because we have a lot of work to do. And I'm so very excited to see what you're going to do as a result."
Let's go get some coffee.
Works for me. And you kind of feel the sensation of Atrevida kind of fading away from you in that moment, giving you back your freedom. As you take this one last kind of gaze past this dead end over the remainder of this presently, for the moment, peaceful, pleasant, happy place called Cloud Harbor. A place that is not the best and is sometimes the worst. A place that is not as comforting or as reassuring as a lot of people tend to think such a future forward place might be. But in this moment, you feel kind of reassured by the fact that there are people like you and your friends in it. And with people like you and your friends, sometimes, maybe, dreams actually do come true. And then we cut to a warehouse on the other end of Cloud Harbor. Totally empty on its base floor, with this large, very uniformly dug concrete well right in the center of it. And all the way down in that well, 80, 90, 100 feet into the earth, there are 4 stone chairs surrounding a large black obelisk. Nothing is in any of these chairs. But in this well, voices are speaking to each other. One voice says, "We've lost one of our kin." Another says, "This is quite a tragedy, but not something we are ill prepared for." A third voice says, "We have not gotten all of the things that we've needed to accomplish, but there is still time yet before..." And then the fourth voice interjects to say, "We can bide our time for this moment. Give them their win. They've worked very eagerly for it. But we will claim these dreams soon enough." And you hear the strong, whistling wind sound as the camera comes back up from the well, out of the warehouse, and then 2 blocks away, where Euphony is scribbling in a notebook, and then looks up, looks out of the window of this storefront where they're sitting, and goes, "Did anybody else hear that?" And that's where we end Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire. Oh my god. This was quite a session. Thank you so very much for your patience, everyone. I'm so very glad that we got to do all of these things. How do you feel about the conclusion of the grand story of Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire?
Good job, team.
We did the thing!
We waited so long to meet Atravita. And Valerie's like, "I've got my plans. I'm not going to share them with anybody. I'm just going to be a super genius."
Waited the entire campaign for that moment.
I hope it was worth it.
I
You-
kind of wish.
Oh my god.
I kind of wish that we were able to all go into like the final boss fight together with Atravita, but I also understand why narratively Atravita had to appear at like the last possible moment. But still,
Yeah, I mean, there can always be a season 3, but I definitely wanted Nina to have a moment to be the sole badass in the room, because that's what I feel the unlikely hero is setting up for. And I'm glad that we got that in particular, because that was really cool. I got very strong Steven Universe vibes from all of that. It was really dope.
Thank you, Brandon, for running a spectacular game. And
Thank
thank you,
you
Andrew,
all.
for letting us play.
Oh yes, please, everyone give your love to Andrew Gillis for making such an amazing game. And a reminder that at this point, Girl by Moonlight is very eagerly moving into its final stages. If you have not seen on Twitter, Evil Hat tweet about some of the art that is going to be in this book. Girl by Moonlight is going to be really rad. And if you are not keeping up with that and making sure that you pre-order it when it is available, please do that. Please follow Evil Hat on Twitter. Please check out the link that I hope I or someone else is putting in this chat in the future, so you can all keep track of the progress of Girl by Moonlight, because it's actually going to be rad, and I want you all to have the same experience that I'm so very glad that I got to share with all of these strange friends.
Because we played 1 playset. There are 4 playsets in this book.
And the other ones are so good.
You basically get
It was
4
so hard to
RPGs
pick
in
one.
one.
Yeah. This is really, I can't wait for other people to experience the thing. I'm so very glad that we got an opportunity to tell this cool story with it. while all of this is happening, so I'm very excited for what other people can do with it and what other people think of the story that we told here. So thank you so very, very much.
And this is just
Hopefully,
one manifestation of the way this set can work. It is still very flexible, even well beyond what we did.
yeah. I'm very hopeful that at some point, if we don't get a post-mortem just with us as the cast, I'd very much like to talk to Andrew as well about the progress of the game, so you all get to learn more about their process there. But that is all in the future where I cannot see. As for right now, I'd like to ask all of you lovely folks to let all of you lovely folks in chat know who you are, what you do, and where they can find you next, starting with Mike.
Thanks so much for watching and listening, everybody, and for joining us for this this fun narrative adventure that we went on together. Telling a story together with these folks is some of the most fun that I get to have in my creative life. So I have been delighted to be Mike Underwood. I publish as Michael R. Underwood. I have been Vic Sains, the Guardian, and Deed, the avatar. Vic is they, them. Deed is she, they, and they, he, for me.
Next, Valerie.
I am Valerie Valdes, and I have been Nina Lopez, the unlikely hero, and Atrevida, her avatar. She, her pronouns for both. You can find me online at ValerieValdez.com. You can find me on social media as either Valerie Valdes or Valerie Valdes Author. You can find me on Twitch as The Kids Are Asleep, which is when I stream.
Yes. Next, Jeoi.
Hello, friends in the future, and very soon goodbye, friends from the future. I remain Jeoi Gawain Lin, he, they pronouns, game and fiction writer. Tonight I have been, possibly for the last time, maybe, maybe not, Vermilion Jingwei Ruth, the outsider, and his avatar, Ruthless, who actually love each other very, very much. But not Dice Calendrin.
And last but not least, Iori.
Kusano Iori, they, them pronouns. I have been Cat Holly the Time Traveler. You can find me at Iori Kusano on Twitter, at kusanoiori.com. And don't forget, my novella Hybrid Heart will be out at the end of March from Neon Hemlock. It has been a pleasure to play this game with my strange friends.
And as for me, I have been your humble stage manager this evening, Brandon O'Brien, pronouns he, him, or they, them. You can find me on almost all social media at The Rising Tides. I have a newsletter at brandonobrien.xyz. I will be on this channel in various stages. I'm trying to keep track of time because I will be on this channel on Saturday, which will be long past the point where you see this thing, but I will also be doing another very cool RPG thing for another channel. Very exciting to be playing Power Rangers Arcanites over at the Initiative Order, so please give them some love on Monday evening at 10 p.m. Eastern as well, because that's going to be very cool. But I'm also on this channel very regularly, doing all kinds of wonderful things, including Court of Blades Valorword, our other Speculate series, which will be coming up very, very soon, as well as now being a member of the cast for Infinity and Beyond Eberron, as our lovely troublemaker Rowan Shallow. So if you want to see me continue getting into those shenanigans, please check that out on various Saturdays on this channel as well. A reminder that not only can you support this channel by checking out all of the cool things that this channel makes via arvanelron.com, by following our lovely friend Gregory A. Wilson on Twitter, and by supporting the channel Patreon, patreon.com/arvanelron, but you can support Speculate specifically by patreon.com/speculate. And please check out the new website, again, very beautifully recreated by Michael R. Underwood, speculatesf.com, where you can now see not only a thoroughly beautiful recreation of all of the previous episodes that we've previously hosted as we recollect our RSS feed. But now, many of our series are organized by series in the videos section where you can watch the VODs that are present on the Arp and Elrond YouTube channel if you want to revisit the beauty of Fractal Spire in all of its splendor in one big lump sum whenever you're ready and you have a week and a half to just watch us play again. So please definitely check that out. And again, thank you so very much to Evil Hat for sponsoring this thing. I look very much forward to playing more beautiful Evil Hat things in the future. If you have not seen all of the cool Evil Hat things that are coming up very, very soon, not only is Girl by Moonlight about to finish its production schedule, but if you want to discover more about Blades in the Dark when Dagger Isles comes out, if you missed the Kickstarter for Apocalypse Keys and want to get your hands on that, and they just announced a very cool Aegon hack being designed by Tom Denny called Deathmatch Island, and it is wild as hell. I watched the designer and Sean Nittner from Evil Hat and some other folks actually play it over on their Twitch channel, Actual Play, a couple of weeks ago, and it is amazingly chaotic if you're into some Battle Royale shenanigans, so definitely check that out as well. Thank you so very much, Evil Hat, for your patronage. I hope that you won't be a stranger to us strange friends in the future. But until then, until next, we have some wonderful catastrophic story to tell for you all very, very soon. I hope that you all have a wonderful night, have a wonderful week, and sweet dreams, everybody. Good night.